Ah, there we are. What's going on? What's up, Bubsy? We're just gonna run a live stream until we're out of cardboard and I can't figure out something else to do. That's what we're doing tonight. And as usual, we got the Die of Destiny. So we'll give it about 3 minutes here. We're gonna roll and see what we get. But yeah, what do you got going on? Drawings and stuff. What's going on? I'm doing pretty good. I am not in an ASMR mood today. Let's see. Is that better? Now we're hanging out for about 2 more minutes here and then seeing what knife we get. We got the Ontario Rat 2 in OS 8, which we've done OS 8 before, but the knife wasn't good for Cardboard Slayer. Yet again, we got the Cold Steel 1911. I'm going to have to look the steel up on that because it's too small to read. We got this right here that I've had since like 1998 or 1999. Very sentimental knife. And of course, the Paraframe. Sooner or later, I will get cursed with this thing. But if you want to go ahead and take a guess at which one we're going to get, let's see what you guess. You know what? Emotional support sitting candle lit. Yeah, my stack of cardboard has gotten real small. I'm surprised I had enough to support 3 live streams, especially as long as the last one went. All right, 6 o'clock. Let's see what we get. We got 6. Okay, we got the Cold Steel 1911. That is what we got here. So we're going to run that tonight. These can go in the live stream box. And let me look up this thing real quick and make sure I know the blade steel, because I'm going to get asked every time someone comes in for the rest of the night. The D20 of Fate has smiled upon us. Cold Steel. Okay, 4034 is what's listed on Amazon. Let's see. The blade says 4116, so we're going with that. Brandon Whitfield, what's up? So, we're going to be cutting up cardboard and checking out how long the edge lasts, and I'm going to hang out with you guys and enjoy the evening. That's what we do around here. We tend to have a lot of fun with it, but, you know, you're certainly welcome to hang out and get the vibe. 4116. Me with knives. What's going on, dude? What's going on? So, I don't know how long we'll be able to survive with the stack of cardboard that I got, but we're going to try. Maybe I'll figure out something else to do once the cardboard runs out. So we got a good solid edge here. We're coming in hot. So it's a Cold Steel. You might want to try coming into a sock instead. That's easier to clean off. Okay. Right on, man. Right on, man. You'll be fine around here. But yeah, all I have done today is sleep, and we're doing this. This is the last one I'm going to do before I go back to work. And it'll probably be about a good 5-6 days before I can do another one. Me with knives coming through with the knowledge. Well, if it doesn't hold an edge long, we can decide either try to hand sharpen it or bring out the work sharp. We'll see which one when we get there. Sir, I don't have sand to try to cut. We did just cut paper. We did just cut paper, sir. It goes through that pretty easy. But we're going to start this 6:03, so we'll check the edge again in about an hour or when it starts tearing the cardboard up real bad. And the cuts are starting decent. I'm going through the small cardboard first. Bear with me, guys. Like, I had to go through the house and scrounge up whatever I could. I'm also out of kittens. However, you might want to try that at home. Fresh out of kittens. I needed something for the blender. Come on. I will say the way the grind is on this, it's taking a little more pressure than I'd like to push through these cuts on just regular cardboard, so this may be a long evening. No, sir, it's not a blade show score. I've had this for a while. I've carried it for a week. I've done its review. But, you know, I've been interested in seeing how the 4116 does because we haven't done that yet. So we got a new steel, and I'm kind of learning that really we're testing the edge geometry from the factory more than anything else, which, I'm interested to see how that Rosecraft that I just did a video on holds up. Because the way that grind looks, I'm probably going to get about an hour and a half in and have to sharpen it. And that factory edge is really dull on that thing. Like, I don't know if that was, you know, designed to be an obtuse edge for some reason, or if the factory just screwed that one up on the way out the door. It's usually not a lot of pressure, but it varies from person to person. So again, you may have to just try that one at home. That would be my recommendation. Just give it a shot at home, see what happens. Jason Beecher, Josh, what's going on, guys? So we got the Cold Steel 1911, 4116 stainless is what's on the blade, so we're going with that. The Amazon listing says something different, but we're going to go with the marking. Because Amazon listings aren't always to be trusted. And I'm going through the smallest boxes that I have here first before we get into what's left of the stack of cardboard. I had to go scrounging through the house to find everything. Chimpy fellow, what's up? Yeah. Happiness is hard to feel for any length of time, sir. It's always temporary. I haven't heard back from Naps yet. I was hoping I would get an email back, just kind of responding. I would probably go with like a ceramic blade for that. Just don't do too many circumcisions back to back to back. If you're going to circumcise them more than once, then find like maybe S30V would be the way to go with that. Sharpen that up to about 12 degrees. Lou, what's up? What's going on? Yeah, he's 9. You might have to circumcise him twice. You let that one go for too long. Gotcha. Yeah, we're chilling out around here. It's going to be a pretty easygoing stream. I'm just trying to get rid of these tiny boxes first because they're annoying to cut up. Fook, what's going on, dude? How you doing today, man? Yeah, we got the Cold Steel 1911 4116 stainless, so it's a new steel. And we're going to see how long this can run before I'm out of cardboard. 1977, alive and kicking. And I got it a Cheeto. That's nice. That's really nice, dude. I like that one. Now, what the hell was I about to say? It was something. Oh yeah. So if I hear back from NAFs and you know, if Ben responds to my email, I figured out we can call those scales candy scales. That's the best name for them. Yeah, if you're gonna leave them alone, keep the light in the room down. It makes it a lot easier to not get overstimulated. Yeah, so like I'm hoping to hear something back about that, but my expectations are pretty realistic. Oh yeah, yeah, it's different every time I see you. You could go with spaghetti Cheetos. Or just keep that one in the holster for later. Your choice. Yeah. Save it for a week when you can't think of anything else. That's probably the best way to go about it. I did one time find a Cheeto in the shape of Jesus on a crucifix. That's in a jewelry box somewhere in the house. The wife knows where it is. And of course we call it Jesus. And I can tell you right now, not looking forward to heading back into work. I enjoy my job, but it is incredibly stressful, and I also like sitting still and doing nothing. Those two things are in direct conflict with each other. So we'll save the small ones for later. This is getting annoying already. I don't know what the hell this box was. Oh. This cardboard's ridiculously soft. And I'll tell you what, 1977, I know your clock's way off from ours. So I'm gonna go ahead and open with the robot as soon as I'm done dicing this up. Thank you, Jason. Thank you. So yeah, like I said, I'm hoping to hear back from Ben, but you know, that's also a whole ass damn company, and I'm sure that dude is super busy. Rayon, I don't. Is that a misspelling or A word I'm not familiar with. Oh, Pharaoh. P-H-A-R-A-O-H. Oh, we'll get the robot for you. You always want that one. Yeah, Pharaoh. That took a second to process. You're close. P-H-A-R-A-O-H. All right. Here you go, 1977. Special for you. Rich, what's going on? Yeah, dude, back to the grind. I'm finishing up the last of my vacation from work, so we're gonna get this knocked out. One last live stream before I gotta go back on Thursday. And use up the rest of the cardboard that I have. Right! There's so many opportunities there, farting hula girl. But yeah. See if I can't run myself out of cardboard before I go back. And then see if I can get away with stacking more up. Because I've got a stack of boxes full of shredded cardboard that's a little shy of 7 feet tall. And then 4 more on top of that. None of them are female. That is correct. There's not representation there. Yeah, that piece sucks to cut. We'll also grab the 71-pound cardboard and see how difficult this is to push through before the edge gets too worn. Not terrible. Not terrible. It's handling it. Definitely enjoyed the hell out of Blade Show this year. Kind of hoping I get emails back from NAFS and Vosteed, but again, expectations are realistic. Probably won't happen. Come on. There we go. These pieces suck to cut. I want them out of the way. Timothy Fergustrom, welcome. I'm trying to think. I do kind of regret not acquiring the NAFS lander and those scales that look like the moon's surface. But that was also money I didn't really have to spend. I kind of had to look for bang for my buck and really push looking for quality, but at the right price, so that I can take care of my content for the next little while. And of course, have some money left over to pick up knives for the 2K giveaway when that happens. But yeah, there's the NAFs. There were 3 Kaisers. I cannot remember the model of them now that I wanted to get that weren't there anymore when I came back on Sunday. They were there Friday. They were not there Sunday. This one's got a reasonably deep hollow grind. It's got a fairly small bevel, so it's not going to be the best cutter until it dulls the hell out and we put a new edge on it. And those pieces of cardboard just suck to cut. They don't like being cut. Well, just a guest, what's up? Like, I'm pretty good with words and pronunciations. Like, for most of my life, I've been like nose deep in books all the damn time. So it's kind of something I've been good at. And I always at least make an attempt when I see a new name to try to pronounce it right, which, you know, with this being online, like, those usernames can get pretty weird. Okay, but my vision is not the best, and that lowercase L looks like an I. So that's entirely your fault. That's 100% on you. My brother under Jesus, you made that sandwich. But yeah, I will say one thing that I really wasn't happy about was I wasn't able to buy my Cold Steel Mayhem there, but I seriously did not have like 250 bucks for it. However, I did talk to the Cold Steel guys, and they knew all about the fucking $6 Cold Steels and the SEs and all that when that happened on Amazon. I'm sure once they got word of that, they started looking real hard to see what happened. Allow me to clear up my sinuses real quick. But I lost track of my train of thought. Yeah, next year I'm gonna try to figure out like get my transportation arranged ahead of time. Because like normally I'll ride with a friend, and like last year and the year before, it was going on Friday and then leave pretty early because, you know, he had stuff he had to take care of outside of the show, you know, adult stuff. 4116 stainless is what's etched onto the blade. So what I'm being told is the edge retention is going to suck, but as we have found, edge geometry means more than the steel whenever we do this. But, yeah, I kind of regret not being able to go, yeah, he just has stuff he had to handle, you know. But, like, I didn't go Saturday this year because I wasn't driving myself in a full-size Dodge Ram and then trying to put that in the parking deck. And my tag is expired till I do emissions and get that out of the way, which I got to do tomorrow. No matter what, I got to fail emissions and get an extension, and then try to figure out what's up with the truck. Which I would have liked to have gone Saturday too, but Friday and Sunday, like Sunday is the day to go. Like Friday, you need to pick up your stuff you know is not going to be there on Sunday anymore, and then hang out until Sunday. However, all the stuff that I was looking for was like, you know, large production run stuff, larger manufacturers, Kaiser, Vosteed, all that. So the prices weren't really going to get dropped by the end of the week. And of course, the Civivi table, everything was full fucking price. There were no Blade Show deals to be had there. Punisher! Just put your phone on a charger! Yeah, I know. It's just you gotta kind of get you gotta adapt. Like, yeah, you gotta adapt because the technology has changed and has been improved. It's made it past that point where the batteries are fragile. stay off the hot glue, guys. Jesus. Yeah, this one's probably going to be a weird case. Well, of course it charges faster while you're not using it. That's what it's supposed to do. I just keep mine on the charger so that it doesn't start going flat on me, because when you let it go too flat, it yeah, cold steel 1911, 4116 stainless. But when you let it go really flat, it's gonna take forever to charge. But you know, you do you, boo boo. I'm not gonna knock you for it. You know, when mine gets down to below 80%, like that's where my anxiety starts kicking in, because you know, my old phones, you get down below 80% and it takes no time at all to go flat. I don't even know what I said for that's what she said. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's his business, you know. He's going to do what he feels like he needs to. But yeah, I remember my old phones, like they go below about 80% and all of a sudden the battery just goes, yep. Yeah, I had one phone just kind of out of nowhere, and I think it was the trying to force an upgrade deal. It started going flat in about an hour after I got a full charge on it. So I ended up having to buy a battery that was triple the size of the factory battery. So I was basically walking around with a fucking car battery on the back of my phone, which meant I didn't have to charge it for like 2, 3, 4 days at a time if I didn't want to, which has come in handy a couple of times. I appreciate it. It's not the best coder we've had, but it's doing decent right now. You know, and that's also, it's got a larger bevel on the factory edge than we normally get, so it's kind of helping out a little bit. And we're getting into cardboard that's more stable than what we've been cutting. Yeah, not familiar to me. Yeah, like this should have been full-size 1911 scales, not a miniaturized version. It's cold steel. I don't know why they didn't do that. Seriously, if you can have like a lose-on large and a lose-on medium, they could have and should have done this in full-size 1911 scales. BDC and Lace, what is going on? We got the cold steel 1911 4116 stainless, and we have just gotten this show on the road about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm trying not to think too hard about going back to work right now. Like, I like my job, I like where I work, but it's a lot of stress. That is more names that I am not familiar with. That's okay though. I don't know everything. No, when I am at home, I am at home. All right. Unless what I'm doing at home is a full-time job and pays enough money to be comfortable. No, when I'm at home, I'm at home. You ain't get me to do shit work-related. Yeah, because like you're doing like your own thing. Like you gotta diving into the cottage industry part of it. Like, how much do you charge for a good sharpening? I was wondering about that after the stream ended last time. Okay. Yeah, Magnum Research at least sounds a little familiar. Yeah, it's just sorry. Whenever I come home from work, I'm done. Like, okay, that's not terrible. But yeah, that is basically working constantly, nonstop. I mean, Love Z, don't you get stabbed every time you go to sleep or something? Yeah, I mean, that can easily be excessive at 25 bucks an hour, but you just have to have a constant supply of them to do. Oh no. Trust me, I understand liking talking about guns. I just don't know enough about it because I can't afford to really dive into that hobby. Maybe at some point. Maybe at some point, if my situation improves enough, I can start chasing down guns and playing with that and spending time at the range and all that stuff. But right now, nah. Even the whole knife thing requires a degree of irresponsibility. Oh, he's talking about the number of viewers, Fook. We went down to 11. I got 13 on one of my phones and 12 on another, or 11 on another right now. That's why I don't necessarily rely so much on that count. Oh wow, yeah. Nah, you're comfortable. Well, that's the thing, is like I miss shooting at least a couple of times a year, and I haven't been able to do that in ages. You know, for target shooting, I love playing with rifles, but for some reason I tend to gravitate towards handguns more. I think I've been to a shooting range once since, I can't tell you when, but I've actually handled and shot a firearm once since, oh crap, before my divorce. So since before 2011. Oh yeah. Yeah, but if the money's good now, eventually, like, you can just kind of stop and shut down and be like, yeah, I'm doing whatever I want for the rest of my life. Well, that's kind of what I'm looking for whenever I buy land, is enough land where I can just go out in my backyard and shoot when I want to. Yeah, unless something magical happens in the next week or two here, I don't think I'll be retire early kind of thing. It's probably going to wind up being retire late. And, because I got a late start on actually trying to develop a career and do full-time work and all that stuff. All right, folks, see you in a bit. Lou, what's going on? Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, we're just going in on this cold steel 1911. 45 bucks an hour. Because I think the last range I went to, you just pay your fee to go in. It's not that high. And you just shoot till you're done. Like, it's not an hourly, thank God. I think mostly that's because it's a gun store that happens to have a range in it. Yeah, like, I'd say I wish I would have gotten started on this earlier, but the trajectory of my life, there was no point before now where I would have been ready earlier. If that makes sense. Like, I would have had to have a completely different life from birth to age 18 to have been able to start doing this earlier. Yeah, you guys that weren't here when I rolled the die, I also had the Schrade that I've had since like 1998 or so. That's in the lineup now, which will also be the first partially serrated knife that we've thrown in there to see if it's controllable enough to keep from destroying what we're doing. I'm trying to remember where I saw the dollar co. Somewhere around there. We'll mess with it next time. See, 1977 Alive and Kicking just brought cutting fingers into this chat, and I just flaked a chunk of skin off of here. We got jinxed. Yeah, I've successfully avoided being institutionalized, but I promise you there's many points in my life where I should have been. I don't think many people like being in the hospital, especially not for something like that. You know, the only time I've been in the hospital for longer than a couple of hours is when I damn near crap myself to death. So like that was... They gave me medication that stopped me from going to the bathroom every 12 minutes. So I was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm cool here. I can chill. Yeah, no, exactly, Punisher. Like, it got jinxed. Well, I will say, when they took me into the room I was going to be in for the next 2.5 days, they gave me prednisone steroids. They gave me a shot, and then I finally went to go pee for the first time in like 3 weeks. I cannot tell you how good that felt. Oh yeah, like there's a part of me that does still want to make knives, and there's part of me that does still want to make knives, and I may go back to playing around with that again if I can ever get my heart back into going into the shop. It's like I've got a pile of high carbon steel, I got a pile of leaf spring, I got coil spring, I got a resin casting station, I got tons of wood to make blanks out of and stuff like that if I feel like it. Like I got the materials, got the forge, got the 2x72. It's just a matter of like getting my heart back in it so I can go in there and work safely. Yeah, these guys are right. We got people that care, and if you got to share something, we got 2 guys and me that all have band hammers. If someone decides to be an asshole, and if you need me to set the live stream to private when it uploads, I'll do that. That is what we do here. But yeah, I really wish I had a hydraulic press for making knives. That would make a lot of things about 1,000,000 times easier. Because I do enjoy making my own Damascus. But, oh god, that's so many hours, and you lose so much of your steel to oxidation and forge scale that, you know, if you're hand hammering the stuff out, you lose easily half of your steel, if not more, to just becoming forge scale. Like, it is so bad. I am entirely sure you didn't do something wrong, but I don't know what you missed. So I will tell you right now, me and Tim are nearly identical, sir. But yeah, no, if you're gonna get stuff for knife making, you probably want to do if you're gonna do custom heat treatments, you got the thing for it, but stock removal is probably gonna be the best way for you to go. So your next big thing should be a 2x72. Go ahead and get a good one with variable speed. Don't do what I did and get the fucking Grizzly that only goes 1 speed. Oh, no, so here's the thing. If anybody unloads something that they don't want to be available to the public once the stream is over, I'll set it to private. I've done it once or twice already. That way, once the stream's over, I'm the only person that can watch it again, and I'm not about to sit through a 4.5-hour stream because I already know what happened. It was like, whenever I close the live stream out, it'll show me my view time, concurrence, or total number of viewers. and then I'll have the option to either set it to public or private whenever it uploads to the channel. Yeah, and the biggest time sink when you're making a knife, that last 10% of the work takes 90% of your time. And that's something I never could get my brain wrapped around last time I tried making knives. But, you know, I'm trying to work on learning to be more patient with myself because, you know, part of me likes the idea of starting a knife and being done the same afternoon. You know, and it don't work like that if you're making nice stuff. Oh yeah, like my old channel that I abandoned, like I never really liked the footage the way it came out, but I didn't have a good way to make better footage. So screw it, throw it out there to the ether, see what happens. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, you're definitely going to want to go stock removal for that, and it also makes a much easier shop to deal with. Oh no, the dollar-ka, you have to buy it, you have to find and buy a dollar-ka. Let me see if I can spot it again, because I spotted it yesterday, and I think it's over here. Oh, come on, I just saw it. Just saw it. Came downstairs, and I did the thing sharpening and putting the edge on the... As I saw while I was putting the edge on the damn, Vosteed. Well, I'm gonna give it about 3 more seconds to give up. Aw, man. Oh. One more spot to check. No? Oh, found it. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, the dollar-ka. This came from Dollar Tree for $1. It is the dullest knife. I tell you, the Vosteed, when I got that from the booth because they never put an edge on it to begin with, is the dullest knife that I had. And up until then, this was the dullest knife on the planet. Like I had to work to cut myself with it a little bit. Like, and if it wasn't serrated, I would sharpen it and do cardboard slayer, and I may end up having to grind this flat and do a plain edge on it just to see what it can handle. But yeah, this is a crap. And EDC and lace. This was the last thing I did. I spent 2 afternoons making a billet of raindrop Damascus, and when I ground it out, delaminated right down the center there. Still heartbroken about it, but you know, what do you do? I'm pretty sure the last time I went to the Dollar Tree next to my house, they didn't have them anymore, but you know, Dollar Tree's inventory, I think, just kind of rotates with whatever they can get in that day. Bill, don't do heroin. Yeah, I mean, like the other billets of Damascus that I made went pretty good. Cable Damascus is fun to make. I enjoy making cable Damascus. That's probably the one that I made the most. Um, yeah, that's what killed me because like I was probably about 70% done with grinding, something like that, and it just yeah, a D-Lamb showed up. I was like, "Hi, Bill." Um, yeah, I didn't leave it in the forge long enough and get the center hot enough, so it just yeah, skill issue. We'll put it that way. Yeah. Now, one thing that is interesting, and I don't know, I forget. It's not gonna be, um, it's not gonna be Damascus, but I am kind of curious to see where Eduardo Sol's custom folding knife ends up, because he showed me his prototype with the liner lock. It was gonna have like a super fucking exotic steel on it. It's like, Loch Ness Monster, what's up? What's going on? Yeah, one time I saw the Loch Ness Monster buying a pack of Pall Malls at a gas station in Sevierville, Tennessee. Uh, well, I've got Civivi Damascus, but I haven't carried it because I'm scared of dropping the knife. But no, I don't know what um brain fart. I don't remember what he said the steel was going to be. Like I said, he's talking about they wanted tree fitty for him, but that was a few years ago before the taxes like tripled. Like that tells you how long ago it was. Let's see, brisket. Bill's got his priorities straight. Also, welcome odd unit. No, I didn't give him no tree fitty. It's like I'm trying to figure out like you know, one of the steels I want to test out is 5160 spring steel, the leaf spring, and see how that holds up. Not too much, dude. We're just playing around with edge retention on this cold steel 1911 while we talk. 4116 stainless, and we've been at it for almost an hour now. So we're gonna stop and see how the edge does cutting paper. About 10 more minutes here. Give myself like 2 or 3 minutes to reconglomerate my fecal matter, and then get back to it. Evasive floppy disk, what is up? Yeah, I saw your state of the collection, man. I didn't expect the state of the collection to be like a minute. So my Buck 110 is from 1980. So there's like a lot of stuff that's happened to it since before I got it. But, knockoff knives, what is up? Yeah, no, Bill, you're good, dude. You're good, Bill. Um, but yeah, like that being said, we did a cardboard slayer on that old 440. It did respectably. It was like 2.5 hours before it totally wore out, but my hand, the ergonomics in there, nothing in my hand hurt when I was done. know, it's perfectly fine to want a 110. You know, the reason I don't carry one is just, you know, traditionals do not work with how I work and live. Like, they don't. Yeah, like, I'd love to have the extra money, or I would have loved to have it when, I'm trying to remember whether or not I saw the full-size Mastodon or the Bull Mastiff. B for Baron, what is up? The full-size Mastodon or Bull Mastiff, and, I have no idea what people would say they hate you if you're young. But I'm trying to remember, I thought I saw a full-size Mastodon or Bull Mastiff in Damascus, but I was just priced out of it because it was like 130 bucks. So, yeah, I would have loved to have gotten my hands on one of those. Yeah, I like the idea of that buck auto. That would be nice, but yeah, too much. Yeah, gotcha. I said my state of the collection video took forever to get through. Well, I appreciate it. Like, so part of what happened here, and I know you've seen it if you're into knives at all, but there's a bunch of guys that'll do their reviews where all they do is they open the box, they take it out, they look at it, and it's just open it, you know, open it, look at it, close it, open it, close it one more time, open it, and they're like, yeah, this thing is amazing. Like, it's built so well, it's amazing. Like, you're going to love this thing. They don't actually use it or put it to any work. So, I've caught a few guys with their pants down on one of the axis locks from Walmart from the holiday last year, because the factory fucked up every single one that went out the door, and it would have taken 5 seconds to spot the issue. Every channel that held them and reviewed them did the same thing. So the axis lock, let's see if it's in here. Yeah, so it's this one right here. And the channel back here the axis lock rides in was just malformed to hell and back. So if you pulled the axis lock and tried to open it, it stopped right here and you couldn't open it any further. So the guys doing the reviews, they just basically open it, close it two-handed, and do that like 3 times. This thing is awesome. Get some for your friends too. They're amazing. And yeah. Yeah, so that's also, yeah, here's my affiliate link. Sorry, like, that's not the review I want. Like, my reviews, I've carried them for a week. I've seen how they do for a light user in a concrete cowboy environment. And, you know, so, like, I don't try to advertise that I'm something I'm not. I'm a light user. I don't wail on these things. I don't beat the shit out of them. I'm like most people that carry them. So I'm looking at how does it do ergonomically. Like, I keep them in my waistband, so if there's going to be an issue with hot spotting, it's going to show up immediately for me. And I don't have room in my pockets. Sergio Lucio, what's up? You know, and I see how it is pulling it out, you know, cutting with it, putting it back up. And then, you know, at the end of the week, I'll move on to the next one. And odds are it's going in the box for live streams, kind of like the 1911 did. So that's how I operate here. And most of my knives are under 50 bucks. Nah, dude, you're good. Like, if we can process the typos, you're good. Bill, officially healthy again. It's that heroin, isn't it? Yeah, so these live streams will happen. I thought I was testing edge steel, but it wound up being testing the geometry on the factory edge. Yeah, I saw that, man. It's awesome. Like, I'm happy to see it. I want to do that 2K giveaway so bad. I do. Like I bought knives for it, and you know, Andy at Rosecraft gave me one to give away. But yeah, it's just, and these live streams, you know, we're testing the blade out to see how it does with extended heavy use, and then we have a track record. You know that I did this because the video's there of it. And of course, I always enjoy hanging out with you guys in the chat too, because like if we hadn't been doing this in the chat, I wouldn't have been able to go to NAF's Blade Show and talk to them about doing translucent scales in different colors. Kind of like Ultim, but not crappy. You're saying a 5K giveaway would be a better choice? Like, nah. Trust me, I'd like to have the disposable income. Well, let's see, I've done this before. I've got a playlist. I got two playlists on the channel. Super Budget Showdown and Timugeddon. And so what those were, both of them were finding knives that were 15 bucks or less and stacking them up against each other to see how they do, trying to find some diamonds in the rough. So the first Super Budget Showdown, I hadn't quite dialed it in yet, so I'd take these things and just cut with them until when they stopped shaving and cutting the paper nicely. And Timugeddon, that was all knives from Temu, seeing how they did. And I did this for about 2 hours. I'd do about 500 cuts with each one and see where they were at the end of that. It was boring. Like I was trying to think of literally anything to do. Odd Unit, I appreciate it, man. You getting out of here? I'm sure Jared misses every single person that unsubscribes. You know, every person he has trying to figure out what a spaghetti wizard is a win in his book. Gotcha. Well, have a good night, man. Hopefully we'll see you on the next one. Well, thank you, Sergio. Yeah, that was fun, but it sucked. Like Timugeddon was fun, but God, it was bad. Like there were a couple knives that would be passable for gas station grade knives, but still, like. Yeah, when it still shows you like all the digits, you notice when someone unsubs. Jared is Neves? Are we sure? Oh, Jared was Metal Complex. Fook, welcome back. Yeah, I keep Metal Complex around just because once in a while he shows something that puts me onto, you know, something new for the video. Okay, so I was wrong about Jared outside of, he probably ain't gonna notice an unsub. No, Rich was just here a few minutes ago. Yeah, that's the thing is like, I'll occasionally watch when there's something interesting looking in the thumbnail, and that's its job. But yeah, it's just every once in a while he posts something where it's like that is right what we need for the channel, and you know, I'll keep that around. That's a pretty useful tool. I am not rich. I am very, very catastrophically broke. It's like, I don't have anything against those guys at all. You know, they're making their living doing their thing, and believe me, I would like to have a channel that's on that scale one day. However, I don't know if I'm gonna have. I don't know if I'm gonna end up doing the same thing they do to get to that big of an audience. So that's the biggest thing that I see is, you know, all those guys are basically doing the same thing with a little bit of variance, and they all have their big audience. So that's one thing I'm kind of looking forward to is like with the growth of the channel, seeing if I can get even close to that big while still keeping to the core values here. You know, if I do a review, the knife has been carried, it's been worked with, and oh, yeah, we're already feeling some wear here. Cold steel, I expected better. Nah, Lou, you're good, man. I'm happy to have you here, man. Yeah, it's one of those things where there's a lot of questions I have about, you know, acquiring the audience size and everything else that I don't know anything about. You know, I'm sure I'll figure out how I'm going to get there at some point. Yeah, I believe 4116. It's just a steel I haven't done this with before, so I really wanted to see how it turned out. Punisher, I don't know. I'm sure somebody here knows. Let me grab some of the card stock real quick. Because apparently I used up the last of my card stock on the last stream. But yeah, at some point, if I, you know, a little bit of wear. A little bit of wear. A cutlery lover, like, his channel, like, I think I've only had him on my radar for like the last maybe 2 years. But it has gone from taking a look at knives and stuff that's kind of interesting to just the most random shit. It's like, this is not let's taste everything from Wendy's lover. This is cutlery lover, man. Get back to the blades. Well, I mean, and that's the thing is like the budget realm is a much smaller audience than the guys that want to see like the $400, $500, $600 knives. You know, that's where the paycheck is. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I don't want to do affiliate links on anything because I feel like that does, you know, contaminate the integrity of the review a little bit. Yeah, and he has a lot of them. Let's try flaming Cheetos from Japan. It's like, bro, I get it. You need stuff to do, but like, if my broke ass can handle acquiring knives for a channel, so can you. But, you know, like, yeah, like, it's like the Rosecraft. You know, I opened it up and I did my first impression video. I've still got to carry it. I've got to use it. I've got to cut with it. Because I've had knives, I didn't see any problems going into it. You know, they looked like they'd be solid, and then issues showed up. And, you know, I don't want to say this thing's worth your money and then find out later on down the road that there's an issue that everybody that buys it has, you know. I'm pretty sure you don't need more than 5 knives. Yeah, like, I'd rather be making some money off of AdSense, and then if people want to donate through Super Chat or something like that, yeah, that's fine and well. You know, if it would do any good at all, I'd set up a Buy Me a Coffee, but, you know, that's not going to help me out much. You know, it's one of those things like I can't say what'll happen until I get there, you know, but I'd love to be able to keep this all about budget knives and stuff like that. And, you know, the stuff that people are looking to buy, not the stuff that people want to see but can't afford. Yes, I mean, that's... I lost track of my train of thought. That's okay. I think that's the thing is, you know, knives people are thinking about buying, not knives people want to see that can't afford it. Yeah, no, YouTube's never going to be a full-time job for me unless something just mind-blowing happens, you know. And I know, like, you see the guys who are doing YouTube full-time and doing well at it. What you don't see is like the 7, 8, 9, 10 years they spent doing videos with no payoff before they got there. Oh, wow, 18, that's awesome. But yeah, that's exactly it. Like, knives you're never going to be able to buy, and that is... Like, it's perfectly okay to show a Grail knife every once in a while, but, like, it shouldn't be every single fucking video is another $600 knife, $500 knife, Grail knife, you know... But again, like, that's what their audience wants to see. You know, that's what they're clicking for. Yeah, I don't see this ever becoming a full-time gig. Like, the most realistic thing I'm hoping for is there's enough income from this to pay for the knives that are coming in. But we like having you here, Lou. Like I like having everybody here, provided you're not riding the line to, you know, one word away from getting the banhammer. Yeah. See you in a second. But, yeah, I mean, if that's what your audience wants, it's what it wants. But, you know, like I said, I'd like this to generate enough income to pay for the knives and stuff. Yeah, that's one thing I don't get. We have a $75 super chat. It costs $75 to have your comment read. This is not OnlyFans. If I am not mistaken, I am already subscribed to EDC and Lace and have been since the first live stream or something like that, or someone else's live stream. See you in a second, Lou. Yeah, like I've had people ask why I don't do affiliate links. Like, you can make a lot of money off of that. Right now, I cannot. We're all watching because we are broke. That's like when we tried out that Gen Captain knife kit. There was like maybe 5 or 6 people that bought them off of that link. Like if it was an affiliate link, I wouldn't have made a thing. It might have been like 20 cents there. I have neither ham nor salami to cut. You are very optimistic thinking I can afford that right now. No, like when I remember to post links on anything that I do a review on, which I got to get better at, you know, it's not an affiliate link. You know, it's kind of one of those things where, like, you know, like I don't know how much I trust the review if there's an affiliate link tied to it. I do have pizza boxes sometimes, and I haven't had one in far too long. Yeah, I have seen where some guys do have the pass around groups going on, and they will tell you it's a pass around group. Oh yeah, we are due for EDC and Lace. Do you want to pick one of the toys out this time? You've got your pick between the Ninja, Frankenstein, the Grim Reaper, the Mummy, the Knight, the Alien, and the Scuba Guy. I wish I had a mermaid, but I don't. I've only got those 8. That was the entire line they sold. So it's... No, we spaced them out. Come on. You've been here before, 1977, but Scuba Guy is as close to... Blue, what's up? No, Ninja. Ninja it is. All right. Where is it? There we are. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they yeah, normally when we do that, we drop the property value and we lose 3 people. Yeah, instead of the bell that Bees has, that's what it's going to be for the super chats. I got them on Amazon. I believe they are called butt heads. Let's see if they're still there. Amazon. Yeah, so I see the Ninja right here. That's a 1250. Is the rest of the series there? Oh yeah. Yeah, so they are on Amazon. And of course the alien's named Uranus. Yeah, it's just butt heads, 2 words. just be aware you probably going to want to buy batteries for them. Those things have been sitting for a while. I had to buy new batteries for all of mine not too long ago. Yeah, like randomly on my feed, a toy reviewer showed up with those things, and I had to stop and look. It's like, I don't watch toy reviews. I have nothing to do with that. I'll buy figures and stuff like that, but it's going to be of stuff that I have a specific interest in. I think the last thing I may have bought on my own was the Transformers figure that becomes a DeLorean. Back to the Future Transformers collaboration. See, like when I bought those things, this was the last thing I had in mind for it, you know? Now there's something, I'm trying to remember if it's proximity related, but there's like a rock, paper, scissors deal with those. And it's a weird thing. I'd have to find the instructions and look again. What kind of batteries? A76. LR44. So we got LR44 batteries. Patrick McCarthy, what's up? We're looking at the Cold Steel 1911 and 4116 stainless. We've made it past the first hour, and the edge is still holding on. There is some wear. I feel like it won't make it to the second hour. When my cousin had her first kid, I went ahead and sent that a few weeks after he was born. I'm just like, you'll know when the time is. We're gonna get something that'll beat the Sheepdog XL at some point. Unfortunately, the RPM 9 with Rosecraft, I don't believe I got one of those, so we're not gonna get to check that out. That's one that Choir Boys Outdoors had for 42 days of his kind of use, and then he finally had to sharpen it, which that's kind of what confused me with the factory edge on that Castora that I just did the thing on. Like, it's not a good factory edge, but I don't know if that's a manufacturing defect before it left the door of the factory in China. I don't know if that's by design. Yeah, if someone wants to donate a Magna Cut knife, I'll run it. Yeah, no, and here's the thing, like, if I'm going to do a marathon like that, and I've got to do that much prep work as far as acquiring cardboard and getting myself set up to run that long, that's either going to be I'm making some good money on it, or I'm raising money for charity and quite a bit of it. Like, that 8-hour run took a shitload out of me. See, folk, that's the spirit. I think I already do have all your Magna Cut blades. They're right there next to all of mine. Yeah, if you're gonna make one, I'll run it, but also don't count on me to mail it back. Did I miss something with Lou? I didn't. So all the spent cardboard goes right back to work and in the baler to be recycled. All the cardboard comes from work, and then it goes right back and gets thrown in the baler and gets recycled. So it's not going to waste. When was this? When did I get all your Magna Cut? I think it was like 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? Me with knives, you weren't supposed to say that. But yeah, I mean, this is death by 1,000 cuts, quite literally. And yeah, it gets recycled. So like, I've got a free source of cardboard and free disposal of it. I've got probably about a 10-foot tall stack of boxes full of shredded cardboard from the last 3 live streams. Which I'm going to have to check and make sure that, or wait till I'm opening the store again to bring those in and get rid of them. Like, yeah, and like if that HAP 72 can take like a 12-degree angle on it or something like that, yeah, it's gonna be nuts. Like we did the we did 15 degrees on that 14C28N, and it took next to nowhere in the same amount of time it took the factory edge to wear out. They might have, Punisher, but no, like once I bought my my Devo Knives prototype, that was the most expensive thing I was going to buy. Everything else needed to have that cost way down. And just, you know, it's just basically try to find, you know, a lot of knives that are affordable but of good quality, what this channel lives and dies by. You know, it's and at this point, like, we've kind of, oh yeah, like I imagine that something like that, like, I'm not familiar with the steel. I don't even think I've heard of the, I don't think I've ever heard of HAP 72 to begin with, but yeah, I have to imagine those things being able to take a high HRC and have the extra wear resistance that goes into most steels like that. Yeah, 12, 13 degrees should be pretty damn stable. Well, Magna Cut would still be an adventure too. So your knife question starts with how much do you want to spend and what are you going to do with it? But yeah, if I do if I'm doing better sometime in the next few months, and you know, if I start doing better in the next couple 3 months here, and I can start saving up for Blade Show, then next year I can start going for you know, Spyderco's and a lot more stuff that I want. You know, the only reason I got the Vosteed prototype is it was free. You know, all I had to do was stand there for an hour and a half for it, which, you know, that's the thing, is like, your prototypes are the closest I get to Grail knives. You know, because basically the stuff I want, like, I want stuff that I'm able to afford, you know. There are a lot of them that look really cool. You know, of course, the Midgard's Messer, one of the Fenris. Ooh, that might be something you want to talk to about people privately. But yeah, like, sorry, reestablishing train of thought. My emotional support candle go out. My emotional support candle went out. Didn't even melt the wax. Yeah, I'll be able to save up and start chasing down some of those things. Like, I'm trying to think what I would chase down if I had more money when I went to Blade this year. So again, Patrick, like, what do you want to spend? That is the first question that you need to ask. How much do you have to spend? And then the second thing is, what are you going to do with it? Because unless someone knows what you're willing to spend on a knife, we can't really help you. You might be looking for something to take camping and chop stuff up with. You might be looking for something to keep on you every day. 150 max. Okay, so what are you going to do with it? Camping and general EDC. So yeah, if you're trying to split it between camping and general EDC, my first thought is probably going to be the Cold Steel AD10 because you can both carry that every day and beat the shit out of it camping and it'll be all right. That's what it's designed to do. However, the other guys here are also going to have some advice for you too. You guys. Yeah, guys, what do y'all recommend for $100? Yep, there's a Cold Steel. $150 for camping and EDC. But yeah, you can carry the Cold Steel AD10 for years and beat the shit out of it and it'll be all right. Yeah, let me take a look. Yeah, 8010, 115 bucks, 116. The 8010 Lite and OS 10A, 60 bucks. And yeah, I'm gonna be I have probably seen the Engage and just don't remember it. I said I will say the Cold Steel side of the booth was a little disappointing. About the best thing there is I got to hold and play with a Mayhem for a little while. Yeah, I thought knockoff knives was our steel nerd. What the hell happened? Knock off, you're slacking. Yeah, like, the thing is, I love screwing around with steel. That's kind of something I inherited from my uncle years and years ago, before he passed away. So, like, I took my first quarter welding class. I did stellar there. However, I ended up having to get clean, and it was either get clean or go to welding class. Couldn't do both, so I made my decision. You know, like, at some point, I'd like to have enough power going to the garage to run a decent welder. A little 110 buzz box don't work. All right, Bill, see you in a bit. I do like welding. It's fun as hell. But right now I don't like. I've got a little 110 flux core welder from Harbor Freight, or a step up from that. And then I got a little 110 stick welder. And neither one of those can glue shit together. Yeah, like, I can never get the hang of using solder. Like, I've never gotten the hang of it, and it sucks because I got electronics that do need some repair. If I was good at soldering, I would have had my Sega Saturn fixed by now. And for, like, basic MIG welding and stick welding, you definitely want some instruction on your first few trips through it. Yeah, the Demco 8020, if you can afford it, that's gonna, like, that is known to be a good knife. Like, the 8020 was something I definitely wanted, and I may eventually pick up, but right now the Mayhem is my top priority. But what was I about to say? Yeah, no, both of my welders, like, I can't even stick a chunk of steel on the end of a piece of rebar, which is, they don't get hot enough even when I have them in the forge glowing when I do it. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on with those. I think both of them need to be running off a 220 is probably the issue. Because, like, that's driven me nuts. Part of the reason I got a welder was so I could stick stuff to a rebar handle and make it easier to work. My favorite knife, I don't really have any one favorite. It's like that question always comes up, and I never have like a firm, this is it answer. You know, I've got, when you've got like 200 some odd pocket knives in the house, like, you're not going to have just one favorite. Well, like, one of the things is when you're doing a channel like this, you do need stuff coming in pretty regularly for more content. So you'll have stuff coming in pretty regularly. Like, just off of Blade Show weekend, right now I'm sitting on 14 knives that need to be carried, reviewed, and all that stuff. And then I've got at least Cold Steel 4MAX and a Lightning OTF on the way in. They should be. And there may be another extra one or two in there. I'm not sure yet. So, like, you know, you're talking about, unless I cannot afford to buy another one, that's a new knife every week to check out, do a review on, and offer my feedback on it. Yeah, no, that's like the hobby end. Yeah, your favorite knife is one you just got until 2 weeks later you get another one. But, like, it's, again, like, the closest thing to a Grail knife I have right now is prototypes and finding prototypes, because, you know, it's not like they're going to make more of that prototype, especially not once production starts. And a lot of times, you know, a prototype will have different features than, you know, the production runs. So, like, I picked up 2 prototypes this weekend. I picked up one last year. You know, I know next year. You know, I know next year I can just go to the Devo booth and get a prototype from Lefty and do that every year. So, yeah, Patrick's been here for a minute. If I get lucky, yeah. I mean, like, I kept stopping at tables and they had prototypes sitting out there, but they weren't for sale. I was like, all right, okay. And if I would have already owned 2 or 3 Vosteeds, I could have gotten 2 Vosteed prototypes instead of 1. You know, I understand why they did that first giveaway. They needed the footage for, you know, Vosteed fans. I get that. However, it would have also been good to throw one in there for someone's first Vosteed. But I only say that because I wanted one. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to keep up with like 4 different conversations happening in chat at once and keeping track of my train of thought, and it's a hair overwhelming. You can tell I'm starting to run low on cardboard because these cuts are starting to get real damn thin. Yeah, that 154 CM on the Sheepdog XL was an absolute monster. The 154 CM is not bad at all. Oh, nice. Y'all keep an eye out for the Cardboard and Feet YouTube channel. Patrick's on it. Yeah, I will say the Sheepdog XL, at least Kaiser factory edges from not too long ago weren't the best. It's still a shame I lost that mini roach at Blade Show, but the Nice Guy, I'm looking forward to seeing how that does, and of course I'm also looking forward to seeing how that Nitro V does on this. Yes, we do got Nitro V to test out, and when I get a few bucks back, there's another Kaiser that's only available through the Kaiser website for 40 bucks. Nitro V button lock. So on and so forth. Yeah, I saw the Towser. However, it was a bit out of reach price-wise. I just wound up throwing 55 bucks at the Nice Guy because I wanted the Nitro V. And I thought I was going to have that and the Mini Roach to play with. So, like, I spent less on the Mini Roach than I wanted to spend for a different knife so that I could get the Nice Guy. I said, I'm pretty sure that Mini Roach wound up on the floor at the Vosti booth because that's the only place I had my bag open more than once. But I will say, this thing right here already, I like everything about it. Like the aluminum size is pretty good. It's on the small side for me, but it works. Ergos feel pretty good. Like this, I like. I like it quite a bit. Looking forward to carrying it, seeing how it do, and seeing how that Nitro V does. Oh, nice. I would start screaming terrain for you, but that's going to confuse the wife, and she might still be asleep. And I do wish I had a way to keep track of the number of linear feet we cut through, but we ain't got that. All right, Lou, have a good night. Be safe. (19C27) is yet another I'd never heard of. Good God. That's the thing, like, and it's every part of my life. The more I think I know something, like, sometime nearly immediately I find out there's, like, I know next to nothing. Not only that, it tastes like vanilla bean ice cream and cinnamon Danish swirl. Yeah. Oh, it's quite delicious. Thank you, EDC and Lace. Thank you, Patrick. 1977, I don't know, but I really don't want to. I don't want to take a risk on that and be wrong. It's better to be nice with someone that's messing with us than be an asshole to someone that really needs it. That really needs support. Yeah, I mean, that's like if I told my own story and really got into the details here, it would sound like I am trolling. Like, it really would. And the thing is, the more people I talk to and the more people that talk to me about their struggles, the more common it becomes, you know? Like, it feels like people that have safe, healthy childhoods and, you know, adolescences and early adulthoods are the exception, not the rule. Like, it feels like that. You know, that's part of the reason I talk so freely about my own problems and what I've been through is a lot of times that's all you need to do for someone that has been scared to talk about it, to actually tell somebody, you know, what they've had going on, even if you can't help them fix it, you know? I don't do that here, really. Just because that's not the vibe the live stream needs to be. You know, we're going to talk about that stuff. That's a separate thing for a separate channel and a separate live stream. Definitely not for here. Now, that being said, I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, but I'm assuming if you're trying to get that kind of performance out of 19C, it's got to be in the heat treat, doesn't it? It's got to be. Yeah, no, that's what I was doing, changing it up, going back to being on topic. Yeah, as soon as I saw Tim, and he, honestly, I don't really have a favorite. Not gonna lie. Oh, you're talking about dessert or desert? There we are. I was just about to do something and my mind went completely blank. It truly, truly did. That's okay. I will say we're getting to the 2-hour mark, and it's still doing an all right job cutting. So that does lead me to wonder with stuff with steel like that. You know, I'm wondering if a sudden influx of you know, higher end budget steels like that would render all of the 8CR and 7CR and all that absolutely worthless. It's like I'm pretty sure nobody wants to sit there with a shipping a shipping container full of chunks of 8CR, sheets of 8CR waiting to be processed and have them become worth next to nothing as far as like being able to sell the knives you make from them. It shouldn't, but as long as it's like the cheapest option you can get in huge quantities, it's going to stay on the market. You know, I'm sure the guys, you know, manufacturing the 8CR too, and doing the heat treatment on it and all that, so it's sent for stock removal making, probably also don't want to change things up either. Like, I'm kind of curious to see what it would cost. Kind of wonder what it would cost, you know, kind of industry wide to move off of 8CR and onto something else for your basic bitch steel. We're going back. I fell down. Oh, we're thinning the soup out here, folks. Going back to the tiny boxes so that I can actually have enough cardboard to run this damn stream. Yeah, like I don't quite get, especially 3CR staying on the market. Like, you are talking about selling to people that truly do not know better and don't care. Yeah, ADC and Lights, that is my exact train of thought, and the kind of point I was trying to drive at is I don't think anyone that has and makes shit tons of 8CR wants that to become obsolete and go away. However, yeah, like, it's like the thing I've been waiting on to see is like when S35VN replaces D2 as one of the you know, nicer budget steels. You know, all of a sudden $35 knives with S35VN are popping up everywhere. Yeah, like that's kind of the most reasonable incoming change that I expect to see. You know, S35VN replacing D2. Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, but I think who was it? Was it a knockoff that said the S35 VN doesn't hold an edge quite as well as a D2, like as far as edge retention? Like I've got to get that Blade HQ steel comparison chart. Oh, D2 is not going anywhere. What'll happen is, you know, S35 VN will take over the price point in the market that D2 has right now. You know, you can easily find you a $30, $35 knife in D2, and then D2 will replace 8CR or 9CR, and everything can just get pushed down the line a little bit. Because yeah, as much as the guys that are holding as much as the guys that are holding all the 8CR don't want it to lose value, somebody is eventually going to do that, and then they're going to be forced to change, at least in my opinion. But yeah, and I know like D2, the heat treatment's perfected. Everybody knows how to do it. It's kind of like 440. The heat treatment's perfected. That's why it does so much better than it did 30 years ago. He didn't habanero. Come on, dude. You gotta do better than that. But no, it's just you know, like we've done D2. We have done this with D2, and we had a good grind on the edge. We had good everything. On this guy right here, it did fantastic. You know, that was like 4 hours with very little edge wear. Yeah, the thing I like with S35 VN is, like I said, I've seen an AD10 and S35 VN get hammered through a brick. Very, very minor chipping. Like, it didn't do that much damage to it. You know, I don't think D2 would have survived that. It might have at the thickness of the AD10's blade, but okay, no more of that side. People from Dubai don't like fitment stones. I can't do anything with that information. No, we'll use what we can here. Yeah, we had to hit that point where D2 went from essentially a super steel. Yeah, no one got that joke, Patrick. That didn't make much sense. That may be a joke best told in person. Yeah, you typed fitment stones, not flint stones. That's where that went wrong. But no, it's like, you know, at some point, you know, at one point D2 was like the super steel basically, or at least that's what I've read about, and some of the stuff I was looking up progression of steels. is, you know, once upon a time D2 was considered a super steel, and it's come down to, you know, everyone's tired of looking at it on budget knives, which I don't understand. Gotcha. Yeah, you know a lot more than I do about that stuff there. But, you know, it's kind of funny. I've seen people are like, I'm sick of seeing D2. Stop looking at $30 knives then. I mean, what do you want here? Yeah, see, like, and again, this is kind of just coming from my own perspective and the way I, you know, use and carry my knives. Like, I would not hit the point where, like, D2 would start chipping out or anything unless I reached the point where my situation was bad enough that that knife became immediately disposable. Yeah, it's yeah, and I think that's the point we're all kind of working towards here is, yeah, sooner or later, like S35VN, like sooner or later S30V is going to replace S35VN as a kind of nice steel on kind of nice knives. And it's probably going to happen. It's probably going to happen as soon as like the first 2 or 3 companies start releasing like, you know, a $50 S30V knife that's any good. You know, it's like as soon as someone releases a $30 S35VN knife and it takes off, everybody's going to have to do S35VN to keep up. That's probably where it's going to start. I never did get that free mortadella. Yeah, it's just, to me, it's kind of wild. Like, the kind of people that are like, I'm sick and tired of seeing D2 are like me. They're concrete cowboys. They don't spend that much time outdoors. They don't spend that much time beating the shit out of their knives. They're not doing like what Scab does. So, you know, it's like, bro, the steel you're carrying doesn't matter for what you're doing. Like, it doesn't. You could be rocking 3CR right now and it would take care of you for a while. Well, that's what I'm saying. Right now, S30V isn't as widely available and isn't as cheap. You know, I still don't think S30V is you know, I don't think a small piece of S30V this long justifies like a $200 price tag. That's my own opinion. Oh, nice. So even then, the D2 knives that I carry, you know, when it's tucked in the waistband, I tend to sweat quite a bit at work. So a lot of these blades have just been coated in sweat for entire work days before they got dried out, you know, before they had it wiped off. They're still not rusting. You know, like, I do know how I could test corrosion resistance with a rather extreme test, but I don't think that's, you know, looking at a knife from a day-to-day average light use environment user, like an extreme corrosion test doesn't really give us a whole lot to work with. Zero Bias 2000, what's up? I mean, Cold Steel has brought so much S35V into the market. That, you know, like I'm seeing some, you're okay, man. I didn't know where you were going with that. I'm just like, if this guy gets out of control, we got the Ben Hammer. It's like, this is either going to get interesting, we'll drop the Ben Hammer and talk about it for an hour, or or he's going to calm down. But yeah, like there's, and like, so I've got that Wallerton on Amazon on the wish list, and unless the price has jumped like a lot of things have, it's still like 35 bucks for something that is claiming S35VN. You know, it's kind of like titanium knives. Like, there's a $30 titanium knife you can buy right now. You know, some things, like, guys are finding ways to do it cheaper so that they can sell it. Punisher, do you want to pick our next figure out so we can lower the property value? All right, Scuba Steve going up. As close to a mermaid as we're getting tonight. We're at 19. See how far we go down. I love it when it lights up those things. I don't care what anyone says. The trash 5 below LEDs on the floor are fun. Yeah, I think the last time I heard anything out of LA police gear was when the oh yeah, we lost 2. Better than usual. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the last thing I heard out of LA police gear was the $6 $6 Cold Steels and Essies was from a store that LA Police Gear sells through that's not using the LA Police Gear name. It's like, I forget the store name, but like Cop something. and then they just kind of vanished. I haven't quite hit the point of ASMR yet. Yeah, E-Cop. Like, one of my Facebook groups said that was a LA police gear just using a different storefront. But yeah, that was E-Cop. They did not honor those sales. They shut all that down, and then they vanished. Like, you couldn't even find a listing at the right price after that. I was hoping they were going to have to honor those sales, even though everybody knew better. And it was funny because I asked, like, mine vanished, so I asked the group that got that kicked off. I was like, did y'all's disappear too? And everybody thought I was complaining because I was a reseller or something like that. And then the comments got shut off before I could respond to any of them. So it's like, all right, well, got my answer. And like the guys at the Cold Steel booth knew about it too. Like, they knew. Yeah, and see, there's another thing that, you know, always throws me about, like, a lot of reviews too, and even me having to do what I got to do is, like, you get these no-name companies or companies that have been around for like 3 weeks. They're selling a decent looking knife for, you know, 25 bucks. Yeah, but you know, it's hard to be 100% confident. They claim, you know, they claim D2, and you don't know if it's 3CR or D2 or anything without doing a PMI test. You know, and none of us is set up to do a PMI test at home. You know, I'd love to be able to chemically identify a steel at home. That'd be fun. That'd be useful. Quit falling on my lights. Well, now I don't know. We're hashing out blade steels right now, but it's been hitting the we're hitting the 2-hour marks. Let's go ahead and clean the goop off of the blade and see how sharp it is on the paper. Even though that's not terribly useful information, it's still fun to do. There we are. No, sir. So those lights are on the floor at the end of this little bench right here. I will say I'd love to, like, at some point I'll have to set up a different setup for this, get a better table and all that when I figure out how to do that best. And then we can have lights kind of around the area and do something a little better with this. However, I also do like the cheap, like, low rent vibe this is. Like, I enjoy the just the whole low rent, low quality feel of this. I like it too. Like, that one guy that came in and just said LEDs look like trash, and that was his only comment, was hilarious. LEDs are trash. Yes, sir, they are. I mean, this thing is still holding on. It didn't wear out too much over the last hour here. Yeah, like I said, I like this setup. I do. That being said, it's not the most convenient setup in the world to use. All right, my posture is like my posture is curled up like a shrimp over this table, and like if I got a sharpen or something like that, it's so hard to get that right. Like when I did the hand sharpen on the last one, I had maybe 4 inches between the holder for the phone and the top of the stone, which is part of why that tip on one side came out bad, is because that was the one where I had to do the most uncomfortable reach. I mean, the thing is, Jason, I love it when people do that. It's funny as hell. It's like, LEDs are trash. Yes, sir, they are. They came from Five Below. Yeah, I guess everybody's kind of expecting a more professional looking setup that has a few $1,000 put into it, and that's not who we are. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Would I like to have a really nice setup? Yeah, or at least have a more control over how this was set up? Absolutely. You know, like I'd love to have the video quality going to y'all a bit better, the audio a bit better, all that. Like, that being said, like, the channel would have to grow a lot to justify throwing money and energy at that. Remember, children, always cut towards yourself. Oh, look at your back. Lou's back, everybody. I wish the hander pants didn't cause pain. That would have been nice. Especially, like, you know, since they look like tidy whities, having holes worn in them would be absolutely perfect. Oh, trust me, there will be built-in jank and everything. Trust me, there will be jank. You know, just the upgrades I'm looking for, like video quality, audio quality, are of course obvious, but making this easier for me to use and set up would be nice. Who are you looking to see make a return? Right now I'm actually running low on boxes. That's why we're doing like little tiny scraps right now. But I could probably stack about 10 or 11 foot tall stack of boxes that are full of shredded cardboard right now. All right, Patrick, have a good night, and we'll see you again on the next one. All right, so I think my next live stream at the soonest is going to be like 5 days out, and I'm going to have to get more boxes. I'm not sure how I wound up with enough boxes to support. Well, I take that back. I'm pleasantly surprised I had enough boxes here to support 2 live streams. Yeah, ordering pizza requires money I don't have right now, dude. All right, Patrick, see you later, man. Brother, I ain't getting back to work a minute before I have to. I can promise you that much. Oh, this right here, I went to go build a fire for a camp out, and the machete I was using to cut the wood up skipped off it and swung around and just stopped right here and bounced off of it, and wound up seeing bone. Went and put the blades up, went and asked for help. A friend of mine taped a maxi pad down on top of it, and I went right back to building the fire. Never went to see a doctor for it because that costs money. Again, I get free boxes from work without really putting that much extra effort into it. I'm not going to drive around hunting for empty boxes when I don't have to. Like, I should still have enough here to finish off the live stream tonight and get us pretty far into it. We should be all right today. And then I'll just get more when I go back. I'm just saying, like, I'm going to have more boxes. Roblox is something I have never played, but that was a bit after my time. Yeah, like we never saw that guy again. He never came back with an update, but that was like guaranteed trolling. That wasn't, you know, asking questions. Bill, I have no idea. I do know that Disney has not been kind to the Star Wars video games since they bought Lucasfilm out. Stop falling on my lights. I hate it when it falls on my lights. Yeah, video game news is something I haven't kept track of in quite a while. I don't see headlines with that stuff that are terribly interesting right now. Oh, wow. I mean, to be fair, like if you're going to slash somebody's tires, and of course there are some circumstances where it's not as I say there are some circumstances where you know, like slashing somebody's tires could be not necessarily justified, but we'll put the razor blade down. Could be at least you know, like all right, this is the last of the tiny boxes, and we can go back to normal cardboard. But yeah, slashing someone's tire is pretty jacked up. We had that happen in my old neighborhood when I was a kid growing up. Like, Dad got new tires on his car, and like 2 days later, one of the neighborhood assholes slashed him for no particular reason. That was the thing. Like, I'd known the kid, we were on good enough terms, never had a problem with him, but he just decided he was going to do that. Box instruction's going all right. We're 2.5 hours in, and the edge is still hanging on pretty good. I know everybody said the 4116 was gonna crap out pretty quickly, but we're doing better than some of the steels we've done so far. And the cold steel factory edge, like the blade geometry hasn't liked being pushed through all these cuts, but the edge is still holding on. It's just that hollow grind. You can see right here where it's got all the tape on it. Here's it. Who we got getting out of here? If it's drop responsive as well, you already know that's going to make my whole day night right there. Believe me, at some point in the future, I'd like to have enough money to pick up a new set of strops and get like a similar series of grip progression through a spray-on diamond emulsion as I have with the diamond paste. But that's not in the immediate future. All right, Jason, have a good night, man. I appreciate you being here. Tonight, this is the only one we're cutting with. But yeah, I was trying to explain that the other night, and I lost track of it trying to keep up with conversations. But the reason I have those drops in diamond paste is I was like, wait a second, let's get some diamond paste off of Temu and get a strop and see whether or not it's any good for stropping. And it turns out it's really damn good, especially for, especially for the price and what I need out of it. Turns out, Punisher, just raw sugar in the gas tank doesn't do shit because the sugar doesn't dissolve in gasoline. It just kind of sits around the bottom of the tank and sloshes around. If you're going to do that, you want something like a pancake syrup or something that will suspend in the gas. Now, something that I was taught a long time ago, and part of the way I think now, is instead of putting sugar in the tank, just basically sprinkle some sugar on the gas cap and put the gas cap on kind of half-assed, and then kind of like throw a handful down there on the ground and leave the bag on the ground next to the wheel or under the gas cap. You aren't going to damage the car. You're not going to put sugar in the tank, but you are going to make someone stop and have their tank drained and checked, only to find nothing in there. At great inconvenience. Pokey Sly, what's going on? We're just going in on the Cold Steel 1911 and having a blast talking. Just shooting the shit in the chat. Well, no, it's just, that's kind of one of those things where you don't want to actually do damage, but you want to make it incredibly inconvenient. That's how you do it. And we got a sticker from Rich the last time he sent me something. Yeah, psychological warfare. Because, I mean, could you imagine? All right, you think your gas tank is full of sugar, so you call a truck to come pick it up, go to the shop, get the tank drained, only to find out there's nothing in there. Like, can you imagine what that would do to you? And then the rest of the time, you know somebody went to the effort to do that, specifically to make you go through that course of actions. But yeah, I've watched testing actually be done on putting sugar in a gas tank, and it's a movie trope, but all it does is sit in the bottom of the tank and doesn't dissolve. I was about to say zip tires on the drive shaft, Bill. I was right about to say that. Especially if you get the big ones that are really hard to cut and really get them cinched tight on there. Oh, man. Yeah, so like the long dingus ends hanging off, slap up against the underside of the car and just make a weird noise. Yeah, well, the Dr. Pepper will like suspend in the gas, so then you have sugar in there. Like, so yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I will say one of the ones that I thought up myself that would require way too much effort. But go to a junkyard and find a matching set of wheels to theirs that, you know, has some tires on it, even if they're old. Cut the back of the tire and fill it up with Quikrete and let that set, and then throw those on the car and take their original rims. Yeah, you can pry the locking tab to release them, but have you tried like prying the locking tab when it's up in a very inconvenient spot to reach? And so we probably need to keep this at least fairly tame. But oh, believe me, I'm just suffering perpetual brain fart right now. Yeah, the kazoo prank goes around quite a bit. That shows up pretty often. All right, we can get back to our regularly scheduled cardboard now. Yeah, back when I worked landscaping at a college, we take the milkweed plants that would grow like 12 feet tall in 3 days, and oh yeah, no, I've already seen that Reddit KO. But we uh, we take those 12-foot tall milkweed plants and just kind of tie them to the trailer hitch on the bumper and let them drive off with it and drag it all around the campus. Now, you really want to mess with somebody. If you can get a hold of a pumpkin, say in March or April, carve a jack-o'-lantern out, a really nice one, and just put a candle in it and set it on their porch. Now, think about trying to figure that one out. Harmless, but you're going to be in their head for a while. Let's get this sticky off of here and see if that's what's causing the hang up and tear on this. So I just think about walking onto your porch and oh dear. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that because trans fluid on exhaust can be a fire problem. Just think about what would go through your head if it was like the middle of April and you walked out and you saw a random jack-o'-lantern on your porch for no good reason. Ready? I think I saw you at some point a few streams ago. I know we get a lot of people that drop by, hang out for a few minutes, and dip out. It's been happening more and more. Okay, so that's a ton of leftover adhesive removed now. Raider Scooter YouTube. Raider sorry. Oh yeah. That was a good few streams ago. Yeah, that was a little while ago. I'm I'm going to say at this point now the edge is pretty damn worn. Nice. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. So we've just been going through harmless pranks and dicing up cardboard for about the last 20 or 30 minutes. All right, so let's see how well this responds to the strop. So we're gonna call the edge at let's see, we started at 6, so about 2.5 hours. About 2.5 hours, we're gonna call it worn. Yeah, I probably could strop it on cardboard, but we at the very least have diamond paste at our disposal. However, the 2.5 hours we got here is very consistent with 8CR13. At least all the 8CR13 blades on factory edges. I mean, if you're not recycling your own toilet paper, what are you doing with your life? If you're really careful, you can use it more than once. I tell you what's weird is way back when I had a friend and his family just threw all the toilet paper in the trash can when they used it. They didn't flush it, which was the weirdest damn thing. Well, if he would have done that in 2020, he gave you like $700 worth of paper. You could have gone onto eBay and paid your mortgage for the month. If I want sandpaper, I'll just use the stuff at work. So, okay, so you might not have paid the... That could have been your down payment for a house right there, if it would have been a year later. If you would have waited a year, that would have been a down payment on a house. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that was the thing is like the first time I knew there was an issue, I worked next door to a Walgreens, and I needed to go pick up some shit tickets, So I go in there and I grab a couple of packs, and somebody comes in and they're like, you better buy all you can now. There's nothing in a 10-mile radius of here. I've been looking. So I threw like a couple of extra packs in there, and before I made it to the cash register, there were like 4 more toilet paper zombies rolling in the door. So like, I take it back to work, throw it in the back of the truck, and then we go online and look, or throw it in the back seat of the truck. And then I go online and look, and people are selling rolls for like $70 a pop on eBay. It's just like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's just like whenever someone says, we might have trouble putting gas in the pumps over the next 2 days. You got people fucking putting gas in trash bags and stuff. All right, if evasive floppy disk is here. Okay, we're not back up to shaving, really. But we are back to cutting pretty cleanly. So we're not back to the brand new edge, but we're back to pretty good edge. I could probably go through the cycle of stropping again. Damn it. This is getting better. Yeah, we're like one crisis away from cannibalism at all times. Yeah, that still didn't quite get it. So I've got something like 24 going down to 14, going down to 10, going to 5, and then going to 2.5. However, the edge was probably farther gone than I thought before I started. So we'll try again. Like, I'd like to start with some brand new strops and write down the number on here, because I don't remember whether or not I put 42 on here. We don't really have any hot spots. Let's see. Okay, found you on Instagram. Yes, before I start playing around with the emulsions, I need to get some new strops for sure. Like, this works fantastic. You know, these things have been charged up at least twice now. But I do believe the edge was a bit farther gone than I thought it was before I started this last session. Punisher, you out of here? All right, man. See you later. Like over here, like as long as your phone is USB-C, a 2.5 amp charger will keep you going. Oh yeah. No, I completely believe, like I understand what you're saying. Like for sure. Like I agree with you. There's a reason those things are nicer. Like if you've already got a good edge, these will get you crazy sharp. These have sharpened knives back up the shaving off of being worn, but you're also looking at, you know, lower end steels, stuff like that. Oh, it's going. We're just trying to get the knife strap back up and see how good it responds. You know, if I hadn't been on micro U or USB-C for as long as I had, I wouldn't know the difference. But going back to micro USB would drive me up the damn wall. It's like it's gotten it nice and shiny and mirrory. Yes. I was able to keep a micro USB going for a long time on each cable, but you know that was also being real careful with it. We're gonna find out if it's sharp. It is shaving now. It's not shaving super fast or easy, but we do got hair and dead skin on there. Yeah, you can kind of see it there. But yes, Lou, I had to shave. Yeah, there we are. Oh no, it's not the easiest shave I've gotten by a lot, but it is back to doing a good enough cut. It's probably back right about factory. You guys like looking at the feet of a hardworking man, don't you? No, that's how you can find out whether or not a evasive floppy disk is still in the chat. He gets excited and takes screenshots. Like I said, there's gonna be like a subreddit called Feet, I guess, or something like that. It's got to be somewhere. All right, how are we doing now? Yeah, you're right about that. That's something I haven't really thought of. I haven't really thought about. All right, Bill. See you later, man. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, I hadn't really thought about stuff in the micro serrations. I mean, that's the thing is like normally, especially if I cut with an area that doesn't have a bunch of stickers on it. Like if I cut through clean cardboard with nothing on it for a few minutes after the adhesive gets on it, it's totally cleaned off. But yeah, I hadn't really thought about the micro serrations before. Yeah, I mean, it did have the edge rubbed down with the rubbing alcohol on this, but yeah, I'll keep an eye out on that when I'm cleaning off the rest of the blade. When I'm doing the when I'm getting the adhesive out the sides. If you really dream about working at Publix, yeah, go for it. Otherwise, probably don't do what I do. However, I am left to wonder about the value of a brand new 18-degree edge with more of a bevel than this has, but it looks like it's actually got a decent bevel on it. Oh no, like I completely understand what you're saying. Like I do get, and it's amazing how small, it's amazing how small the things that can have an effect are. All right, this thing's still not 100% happy about cutting, but you know, it's not too far off from where we started. However, it might be a good time to just go ahead and break out the work sharp and throw a fresh edge on there. See what kind of difference that makes, because there's still a lot of scratches in the edge, and yeah, we're gonna grab the work sharp. That's what we're gonna do. That'll kill a bit of time. Yeah. We got the sharpening box and the sharpening device. Yeah, it's like it wasn't cutting necessarily the best when we started. Like it's not the finest edge I've gotten from cold steel. It, you know, is serviceable, especially for a factory edge, but not the best. And we're going back up towards 18. Do it now! That was actually a better Arnold than I thought I was going to get. All right, 220 on deck. Let's flick the bean. Eh. Come on. Get unstuck. Yeah, I really wish I could have afforded to upgrade to the professional with this thing, because it would be so much faster to sharpen with. Like, this does plenty good for me, but I need to mark this out and see what I'm cutting. Yeah, that's part of what got me. The wider plates and the magnetic plates, like, really grabbed my attention. Those will sharpen it a lot faster. And they make aftermarket plates for that. Seems like those plates are compatible with just about everything on the market, except this. See, we aren't getting down in that corner. Oh well. And I'm still not feeling a burr come up. So is it normal when you start on these and you do your first side, you don't really feel a burr on the second side, or is that just with the cheaper steels? Oh wow, yeah, I'd love to be able to like get hookups like that. That is awesome. I always find it interesting how, like, you get hookups on stuff like that after you have like a couple $1,000s worth of equipment. You know, like, it's like I've got a few $1,000s of equipment, and now I get the free $85 sharpener to test out. All right, cool guys. Yeah, like I'm scrubbing all the marker off. The bevel looks like it's all the way down. Like, and I think we both know Worksharp has a predilection for their stuff being fairly proprietary. You know, like, you're only going to use these stones with this device. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that's also kind of one of the perks of being a professional. Like, I'm not a professional. They got no reason to send me that unless they want to see if just an amateur can get good results with that, or how easy it is for someone with a minimal skill set to get results. We're doing 18 degrees. This isn't a higher end steel, and the performance we got is in line with 8CR. So we're going to go with 18. Yeah, about the only kind of luxury I can equate that to is I don't have to pay for e-liquid. You know, like a bottle of juice costs me like 25 cents. right, Lou. Yeah, this is the least interesting part of our night. Oh yeah, those add up fast. You know, this is part of the reason I still have this big old school tank is you know, I've got like a whole thing set up for making my own e-liquid. So I have a lot of freedom in both what I want to make and the overall cost of this stuff. The initial startup cost is pretty expensive. Like it costs a few $100 to get started, but after that, like your cost per bottle is 25, 30 cents. And that bottle, when I'm at home from work, that bottle will last like 2 days. And then like if I'm working and I can't use it constantly, that bottle will last about 3 days. Unfortunately, one of my biggest suppliers of concentrates, they ran out of business as soon as they made it illegal to ship nicotine in the United States. I'm just not feeling a burr worth of crap. I know I've removed material all the way down to the apex. Yeah, I'm feeling nothing here. Let's get this over here. Yeah, this is weirding me out a little bit. I can't feel a burr popping up at all. Do one more pass on this side and then move to the next one. Give me just a second, I will do that. Starting to feel something come up. I will say, as hard of a time as I've been having with my eyesight, staring down the edge, probably not going to yield a whole lot of data. All right, welcome back, Lou. Yeah, we'll do one more pass and just move on to the next stone. This might be one of those steels where you just don't feel that big of a burr come up. We don't keep a ton of people. we usually lose people while we're doing the sharpening. It's not that interesting. But starting to see just a hair of the burr pop up now. You talking about pulling on the opposite side of the apex a little bit and seeing if fibers are hanging off? Gotcha. Yeah, we're going to move on. I have had some like these where you didn't pull a significant enough burr to really feel it when you're doing this, but they come out stupid sharp. I think this might just be one of them. Because like I have ground a ton of material off. The bevel is significantly lengthier than it was. I need to put some more time on this one. But yeah, like it's a significantly larger bevel than it was. A ton of material has been removed. Yeah, it's one thing I liked about being at the Wicked Edge table was watching them do their thing. That being said, like they didn't have enough time to really put the right bevel on the Vosteed Proto whenever I got that. So they gave it an edge that could cut, but wasn't super sharp before I had to leave. All right, I'm happy with that bevel there. We're going to go on to 320. Yeah, so this also could be where the burr is rolled just a little bit, so it doesn't feel like I'm no, we'll go with this. We'll go with this. Of course, I'd love to have a better setup for doing this under the camera too. So if you're hand sharpening, you can learn with a bit of practice, but with this setup, it's not hard to do. What I've got is a steel I haven't sharpened before, so I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking for what the burr feels like. I'm starting to feel it catch just a little bit, but it feels like it's like the world's tiniest burr. part of why I spent the money on this, is it makes it easy to sharpen a knife without a ton of skill. Yeah, with this thing I've been going till one of two things happens. Either I feel a burr or I feel the edge really catching on a less sensitive part of my finger. That's been the only way I've been able to tell I got something going on there. I will say they could have done a better job getting this moving smoothly on all the sides. So hand sharpening is not that hard to do if you got a little bit of practice. It's doing a good job. This one's taking a bit longer than usual just because I'm looking at stuff that I haven't seen happen before. That might have gotten overcooked, but that's okay. I can see something on this side. Yeah, like normally when I got a burr come up, it also grabs stuff off of the tip of this. And it shows up too. No, not 220. That's as good as that's getting. Yeah, making the pretty edges is definitely the thing I need to practice on. I've gotten some decent looking edges. But like the last time I hand sharpened under the camera, I've only got like this much room between or like this between the bottom of the camera and the top of the stone. So that made it really, really, really hard to control what I was doing. Oh yeah, like I can't even imagine if I was going through stones and I got enough polish on the edge that I was working on by hand to actually see everything that's going on. It'd probably look a lot worse than I think it does. You know, that's a big part of it, is the less experience you have, the the harder it is to see where your fuck ups are until you've done a bunch of really good ones. Like what's satisfactory today is going to suck tomorrow. At least we're on the home stretch with this and we're almost done with it. And this will not be the nicest looking edge I've done. It'll look okay, but I've gotten used to doing edges that look right about factory off of this. It's just trying to chase down the burr that, you know, I couldn't really feel has overcooked a few areas. Which ain't the end of the world. It's a sub $25 knife. And it's still going to be really, really damn sharp when I'm done. So I think we're already 20 minutes deep on this. We're going to have a pretty well mirrored edge. It's just not going to be perfect. It's not going to be as good as the ones I normally get off of this because I overcooked a few spots chasing the burr down, so now I'm just trying to get it done. I'm already too far in. Once I get done with the strop, it's going to be a really, really, really shiny edge. Yeah, if it doesn't have a lot of bite, lesson learned. Like for what we're doing here, it'll definitely push through the cardboard and yeah, we do need to strop it a good one. I just need to put this somewhere over here so I don't have to keep moving it. I swear we're almost done, guys. Yeah, this is where it would have a hard time on materials like rope and stuff like that. I've had too many finely polished edges where I couldn't cut the yellow nylon rope we lined the cart paths with on the golf courses I worked on. Actually, the best thing I had on me that cut that was one of those folding credit card knives. That thing worked great. But if I knew then what I know now, I would have definitely just taken it and done something with it to make the edge toothier. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's up? We're on the Cold Steel 1911. This thing took about 2.5 hours to start crapping out, so the 4116 is right there with a ACR as far as R testing. But normal circumstances, I prefer a super keen blade with a fine edge. But I found that like 18 degrees beats most of the factory edges I've had, and it holds up well enough to cardboard to tell me that my day-to-day use, it'll be just fine for right about ever. And like, you know, if I was still working outdoors and doing stuff like that, I'd definitely be looking for a toothier edge. But most of the stuff I got to cut does not like a toothy edge. Yeah, like, yeah, so far, and take it for what it's worth to you, the mirrored edges, the really fine ones, have done the jobs I personally need them to do a lot better than toothier edges. But that's also so far. It is 9:30 at night. Your brother-in-law did send me a text saying he got the stuff shipped out, and he gave me a tracking number that I've got to write down and put into Google manually. But he said they are shipped out. All right. What do we got now? Yeah, see, that's the cut I love seeing right there. Like, and again, for heavier users, this is absolutely not going to do the job. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't doubt that he'd be on top of it. What I was saying is, if it didn't happen, I wouldn't be that bent out of shape. You know, I have had a lot of people fall through on me, a lot. Yeah, and like when I worked outside, worked golf courses, landscaping, I really needed the edge to bite. And that's why when I sharpened the Benchmade 9000 I had with a file and one of those shitty gray stones that comes with a $5 survival knife, it did great. But like trying to cut that orange twine off of bales of pine straw, no, fine polished edges hated that. It really did. And of course, the nice thing with doing this is if I wear it out here, it will strop back up almost as sharp, not quite, when we're done for the evening. Yeah, so like I don't have any butcher's knives here, but I also don't have any use for them here. You know, those are the kind of things that were really cool when I was a lot younger, but, you know, like if I don't have a practical use for it, I'm not going to spend money on it. All right, 1977, alive and kicking. I appreciate you being here, man. Have a good night and enjoy tomorrow. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, this one was on the factory edge all the way through the end of the night, and I just stropped it. That's all I did, and like it's sharper than this one just off of stropping it after 4 hours of cutting. Yeah, I think a lot of the worst damage to my hand is being mitigated because there's a nice dingus right here in the way of getting my hand caught down, or the callus caught in the middle of the channel right there. Maxilla, what's up? Yeah, no, I know, like this is sharpened for, you know, again, a lot of finer cuts. Like when I'm at work, about all I have to cut up is the saran wrap around pallets, and sometimes I'll break some cardboard down. You know, and a lot of really small jobs where a fine edge treats me better than a toothy edge. As I was saying, most of my reviews after a week of carry are more focused on ergonomics, quality of life, stuff like that, and how good the factory edge is out of the box. You know, and then they'll wind up over here getting run through Cardboard Slayer at some point in the future. So that if, you know, unforeseen problems show up, you know, I can document that. But yeah, the 20-sided die picked out the Cold Steel 1911. It went 2.5 hours before we sharpened it. Very much like 8CR13. You know, and looking at it from the average home gamer perspective, you know, there's not a lot of guys that'll carry knives in this kind of price range that are really going to be out there in the wild beating them half to death. Like, that's a much smaller number than guys like me that are just going to carry it to work and back and use it for occasional small jobs, stuff like that. You know, and I am absolutely not set up to torture these the way Scab does. I don't have access to the materials of the environment without going a long way out of my way for it. I like throwing knives when I have a target for them, but I'm not set up anywhere around the house to throw them right now. All right, let's test out the insanity board. Yeah, like my thing for camping, it's again going to be something like the Cold Steel Bowie machete or something like that, you know. If I tear the edge up, I don't really give a shit about sharpening it back up on a belt grinder. You know, my machetes will go through like an 800 grit belt on the 2x72. You know, and that'll be it. 800 grit does the job. Cowboy 1077 shorts, what's up? Brother, I am set up with the next 14 to 17 weeks of knives that I'm going to review. But yeah, like, and I don't have a way to set up throwing knives and get the camera for that right and everything. Given that my budget is now zero, like literally zero, I did everything that I spent everything I had been saving for 6 months of Blade Show. Ain't nothing new coming in that I didn't buy there for a long damn time. Believe me, I'd love to have more freedom in what I bought than I do, but you were talking about a fucking skin type budget. Like, I think I spent about 360 or 70 bucks. Or no, 380. So I went 80 bucks over my budget at Blade Show. And I bought like I bought about 16 knives. One of them was left on the floor in the building somewhere. All right, Lou. So it'll be about 5 or 6 days before I have another one. Like, I gotta put in some time at work. But have a good night and be safe. Yeah, I went over budget to pick up a couple of Kaisers, and the Kaiser Mini Roach fell out somewhere on the floor at Blade Show. Probably at the Vosteed booth. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where it could have fallen out because me and Bushcraft Outdoors got ambushed on Kel Knives' live stream at the show. So, like, I sat down, I go through the bag, I get all of them out. The Mini Roach was definitely there because I pulled that out and showed it. The next time the bag was open and I got stuff out of it was at Vosteed. I am 99% sure. And I was in the bag several times there, waiting around for my free prototype. So I'm pretty sure that's where I got lost. I mean, it's it's a $35 hit. Like, it cost 35 bucks, but I did want to check it out. And I stepped down to the mini roach from something that was like about 45 bucks, so that I had the money for the nice guy. It's cutting better than an hour ago because it's got a brand new edge on it. Completely sharpened and totally reprofiled. So yeah, cutting better than an hour ago. You weren't here for the confusion with why the burr wasn't really coming up right, but it's not the first steel I've had that happen on. Knives I have in my section? You mean in the house or what? This is 4116. So I have had it where I think the 5CR also did the same thing. Couldn't really feel a good burr, so I just had to work on it until I felt like I was there, and then just go on to the next stone. Which worked out pretty good for that one. How many knives do I have in my selection? That's probably the word. But there's got to be over 200 folding knives in the house right now. Hey, dude, if they're the 5 you need, that's awesome, you know? The reason I have so damn many is because, you know, if I'm going to be doing stuff like this and doing regular videos, I got to have new stuff. Which also means, like, I'm operating on a tight budget. Like, most of the stuff I have is under 35 bucks. Oh, the combined cost I don't want to think about, but it's been just small increments here and there, looking for, you know, cheap knives that are way better than they have any right to be. So just about all of my knives come from Amazon. That's the easiest place to get them at the price point I'm looking for. Very rarely I'll grab something off of a Blade HQ or Knife Center if it's something that's not on Amazon that I really, really want. But just about all of them come off Amazon. You know, yeah, and like I would be selling these off, but like you're talking about a used knife that costs 30 some odd dollars new. It's going to sell for like 12, 15 bucks tops. And then like I wouldn't want to pay 12 to 15 bucks for a used knife and then have to pay another $5, $10 for shipping. Like, no. Like, they're not worth going to the effort to try to resell, unless I was like at a flea market or something like that. Yeah, so Walmart, I'll go to Walmart and look during the holidays for their Axis lock knives. Like this one right here. Come on. Like this right here has got the Axis lock on it, so you know you can open it with that thing or the flipper tab. But yeah, like I said, just about everything comes off Amazon, and you can find a lot of really good stuff for 25 to 35 bucks on Amazon. If you know what you're looking for and you check reviews online to see if someone's done a review on it. You know, like there's a lot of stuff that I have that I've either seen on other channels That being said, other channels, I don't see them doing quite the same thing with them that I do. Yeah, there are some knives that I do have that are worth selling. However, they're knives that are never leaving my hands. Like, Lord only knows what I could get for, say, that Vosteed prototype on a secondary market. Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be too crazy, but there'd be something there. And especially with that being something where the resin scales on that are something that's not in production and may not ever go into production. Unless they can figure out how to mass manufacture the scales in resin, because apparently trying to run those scales through a CNC mill is a real headache. But, you know, and that's something I've tried to explain to the wife too, is like, these things are going to sell for 15, 20 bucks tops. No one wants to pay for that, then pay for shipping, which means either I'm going to eat the cost of shipping and not make a penny off it, or it's not going to sell, especially with what it costs to ship a single package to someone, even with the cheap option at the post office. So then a lot of them go in the pile, and then I'll try to figure out what to do with them later, because I'm sure there's more stuff I can do with them. Kind of like we're doing here. Because this is a lot of extra mileage out of a knife. I've already done the first impression video. I've done the week of carry video. I've gotten some pocket checks out of it. You know, I'm getting this out of it now. I'll get the aftermath video out of it. Oh, wow, nice. Yeah, no, we're not live again. We're still live. I'm down to my last 4 Frito-Lay boxes. And then I'm just about out of cardboard. I'm going to have to be like getting real creative. I really do hope Vosteed gets the resin scales figured out, though. Like, hopefully what I shared with them works. Hopefully. Remember, children, always cut towards yourself. So I very regularly I'll mix up for myself vanilla bean ice cream and cinnamon Danish swirl. It's a real mellow flavor. It's really nice, and it doesn't skunk your coils out. So like I could be on the same coil for a month off of that mix. And the concentrates are still available for it. That's one thing that sucks. All of my fruit flavors and a lot of the better stuff I had was supplied by Nick Vape. And whenever the legislation got passed to make it illegal to ship nicotine in the States, they kind of shut down. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, clip points are mostly just because they look cool more than anything else. I know there's some utility in a clip point, especially getting down in there and working with like small fiddly things with the tip of the knife. And of course, self-defense purposes. Make it a little bit more pokey, but Um, it's been a couple of years. I don't know if things have changed since then or if companies are just saying fuck it and shipping it anyways. But yeah, we hit a point where it was just you couldn't ship nicotine in the States. Like they were gonna do show ID if you're over 18 and some other stuff. I don't know if it changed back. Yeah, so this is a 6% TFA vanilla bean ice cream and 3% Capella cinnamon Danish swirl, if that gives you an idea, if you're familiar with those. But yeah, it's like literally everybody stopped shipping nicotine in the States at that time because all the groups I was in, everybody was scrambling to try to find nicotine. So I bought enough for like 4 years. I got like 4 liters of 100 milligram nicotine base because they were like $50 a liter. Yeah, I didn't know they changed it back to legal either, but this is a Cold Steel 1911. It's on Amazon. It was around 25 bucks. And it's sharp right now because I put a brand new wedge on it. Like it is sharp, sharp. Yeah, like I don't know when they change it back either. But I said I've still got 2 and like 2 liters, 900 milliliters, something like that. Like I got a ton left. I haven't seen any changes, but the last time I bought the cinnamon Danish swirl was sort of recently, but sort of not. I bought a couple of really big bottles of it. However, since you said that, the next time I buy it, I'm going to buy a smaller bottle and see if it's any good still. If it's not, then I'll have to move on. Because like my options for like, I've got something like 150 different recipes in a book, and most of them got knocked out when Nick Vape shut down. And if you ever had Nick Vape's concentrates, they are amazing. But yeah, like the Nick Vape concentrates, you get clean fruit flavors that don't skunk your coils out. No, like it's not 6 years ago. So when I started mixing, must have been after they changed it, and I found stuff that works with it. Oh, the crescent folding knife. Is it in here? Hang on a second. Oh, this will be shorter. The crescent knife. You may have the other model that they sell, but yeah. Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna put this in the box for live streams, actually. Unless you're making like liters of juice at a time, you're not gonna be doing your own menthol. Believe me, I tried. But that's not odd. I know a lot of people that only want menthol. What I like is for a minute there when a lot of people were trying to quit smoking with vaping, and that was probably like 2018 maybe. Guys that were trying to quit smoking is, well, can you make it taste like a lit cigarette? No, I cannot. Well, yeah, it's nobody's building a political career or getting votes off of think of the children with vaping. They moved on to the next thing, but what was it? There was it was it 8/8/2018 that Like we were waiting to see whether or not the unilateral ban on any and all vaping was coming through. Oh yeah, the only thing I vape is stuff I make myself because it's like 25 cents a bottle to do it. And then I've got disposables so I can stealth in the back room at work, but those will last weeks at a time. Yeah, I'll do the, they're similar to Elf bars, the Kato bars. They're very similar to Elf bars. I will say one thing, like I look at the price on cigarettes now, and I'm like walking in the door of the gas station and stuff, and I'm like, holy shit. I remember when I thought $3 a pack was too damn expensive, because it was. Yeah, I don't RDA just because it's incredibly inconvenient. However, if we hit the point where we can't afford coils, which may or may not happen, like I bought a shop out of 3 cases of TFE8 coils, clean their entire stock out. I cleaned their whole stock out, and so I got those to run for a long time. And no, when I do RDAs, I've got flat Clapton stainless steel wire that I'll use. That stuff is amazing. Or, and buckle your underwear, 23 gauge Kanthal. Let that say 23 gauge. When a buddy of mine showed me how to roll my own Claptons, I took a 23 gauge core and wrapped it with 23 gauge just to see what happened. It took forever to heat up, but God almighty. Yeah, those flat Claptons were dual core, stainless steel, flat. Which I can't find that wire anymore, but I do have a machine somewhere around here. It was a Nautilus. No, not a Nautilus. It was something that rolls your Claptons for you, which if I need to, I can find it and just buy the wire that I want. But oh, believe me, I know all about Claptons. Yeah, we're talking vapes now. But yeah, like it is, you can go flavor blind to stuff. However, like the mix that I vape right now, it takes for fucking ever to go flavor blind to it. And then I'll mix something else up just to hold for a while. Because like another one is you got the TFA vanilla custard, cinnamon Danish swirl capella, and then TFA banana. That is really good. You've got what the hell is it? Central Vapor, the blood orange also goes good with that. At the moment, my sense of smell has been diminishing, but it's also I'm getting old, and but no, like I don't go taste blind to this mix very often, and when I do, I just spend like 2 weeks on something else, and then I'm good. Yeah, I can't do just menthol. And if you're trying to mix your own menthol, you better be working in like liters at a time. Like I've tried mixing my own menthol in smaller batches, and the inside of my tank became a crystal farm. And it took like scrub everything out of the tank, clean it up, be pristine. Yeah, no. What was I gonna say? No, like I know everybody is different with that. Actually, when I started, I bought somebody else's gear. They didn't want to make it, so I used their stuff to learn on it. I think I spent $75 on it. But the cinnamon Danish concentrate, the cinnamon Danish concentrate that they had would give you a fucking earache. KO, I'm not out of cardboard yet. I still have a couple of boxes left. But I'm also making these cuts far more narrow than usual and getting more mileage out of the boxes. Yeah, my biggest problem too is like I can't really quit vaping now because I've got so much gear that I need to use up. I'm in too far to back out. This must be a significantly newer box. Like I've got a couple of hundred tester 15 milliliter bottles of concentrate, literally dozens of bottles of stuff for my recipes. I do have one where I managed to perfectly emulate the flavor of Lucky Charms with extra marshmallows in it. I was really trying to emulate a shop kind of close to my house had one called Princess Bride, and it tasted exactly like Lucky Charms, and somehow they managed to get the feeling of the dust in the bottom of the box. But yeah, no, it's really damn good. I nailed that one. Yeah, no, when I smoke cigarettes, especially toward the end there, it was a pack of Marlboro Reds and a pack of Camel Wides every day. And I just kind of rotate between them. But yeah, that Lucky Charms is really good. I got a really strong flavored strawberry green apple watermelon mix. Like that, the flavor profile on that is so fucking strong. Like it's a good clean one, but it's really strong. And that's what I use to help people quit smoking. Is the cereal thing also tied to the lack of sugar, Punisher? Oh, speaking of which. Oh, gotcha. Now, I will say the one thing I never found a concentrate that emulates milk really good, because I really wanted the good strawberry milk flavor. I never found a way to get that one right. We haven't done this in a while, so I'm gonna pick one. You know, it's just like the but yeah, no, my collection really started with a lot of I'll take it back. So my old collection when I was a kid was going to be like these trade old timers, just folding traditional knives that were at the hardware store for like 12 bucks. But the collection I have now started with picking up a knife for the work I did on the golf course. And it's kind of spiraled out of control from there. I remember when camel wides were a new thing, because that was in my stoner days, and I found out if you knock some tobacco out of the end, you can pack the roach from your joint in there and get rid of your evidence. And that was a real nice way to finish one off. Yeah, I'm not sure, like, if I hadn't been started the channel up and started doing this, there's a reasonable chance I would still be piling them up, but nowhere near to the extent that they're piling up now. Oh God, that crushed menthol bead, yes, the Camel Crush. And then there was the camels that had vanilla and orange. Like there was vanilla, there was mandarin mint, the Turkish gold and the Turkish silver. And for a minute there, Quick Trip sold these bottles of drops that were menthol or cinnamon flavored. And you would drop one of those on the filter and like turn a Marlboro Red into a kind of menthol or cinnamon flavored. Yeah, I stopped smoking in like 2016, I believe, which that was a point where I quit making fun of people for vaping. I'm like, you know what? I'll try it. I'm fucking desperate, because I've been desperate to quit smoking for like 6 months. KO is going to go see if he can burn himself on a cigarette real quick. Okay, so you were around Fulton County. Did you ever hit that part of Cobb County in between Marietta and Smyrna? Like, you ever wind up over there? Huh, all right. Yeah, I'd try cloves once in a while, and the idea of the clove was appealing, but God, they tasted nasty. Like, one clove, I was good for the next 6 months. Marietta Square. It was off of the end of the Dobbins Air Reserve runway, not too far from Marietta Square. County Services Road. Kind of in that area. Yeah. You haven't lived unless you burned a bunch of hair off. Like, there was one time I lost most of my eyebrows and eyelashes, but thank God I was wearing a hat. That's all I can say is thank God I was wearing a hat. This box is not like cutting. This is one tough box. The big chicken is also kind of close to it, but not that close. YouTube, you son of a bitch! Yeah, it's just like everything felt nasty after one clove, and I'm like, nope, I'm done. Like, I could happily smoke 3 packs of Marlboro resin a day, but cloves, nah. Oh, they dull from this much cardboard. That's why we're doing it. That's not an area I'm familiar with either. We were close, but not that close. Like, this lasted about 2.5 hours before it went dull, and I sharpened it back up. It's been about an hour since I sharpened it. Now, the edge that I put on it tends to take a lot more beating from this than the factory edges do, so we're not too far off from checking to see how we do. Yeah, I guess, like, there's a dead spot in between Marietta and Smyrna where South Cobb Drive, Atlanta Road, and Austell Road form a triangle near... Like, Atlanta Road connects Windy Hill to... Shit. Connects Windy Hill to the Marietta Square. Windy Hill goes across Atlanta Road, across South Cobb Drive, and up to Austell Road now. But that area is where I spent a lot of time growing up, and that shit is ghetto. Like, the last time we pushed this to 18 degrees like most of our lower end steels. But, no, so, like, that area was stupid ghetto. The last time I drove through there out of curiosity, the car I was in was a little too nice. So the police pulled out, followed me through the neighborhood as I drove through, and as soon as I left the neighborhood, they turned around and went back in. Like, there was a Texaco at the end of the road I lived on, like 1/8 of a mile from my house, and the guy working the counter got killed because he was slinging dope under the counter and just had a run-in with the wrong people. What are you trying to raffle, dude? Like, I can't do anything about a raffle right now, but I'm curious to see what you're raffling. You're not talking about that Kershaw, are you? Because I promise you, you ain't getting enough money out of here to justify that raffle. Well, no, raffle, you're going to be paying for a ticket to the raffle and then seeing if it gets drawn. Now, my next knife giveaway here on this channel is going to be when I hit 2,000 subscribers. I've got 4 knives lined up for that, which I bought all of them at Blade Show this last weekend, so that I had something to give away. damn, you ain't kidding. Like, if you could have bought a house there then, you would probably be sitting on the better part of $1 million right now. It's like you probably could have gotten in the door for what, like 300 grand there, back then. Yeah. The only ones I won have been from Rich and Tim School of Fish. Won one from Tim, won one from Rich, traded him for another one. So yeah, I don't have that much of a winning streak either. Yeah, that's what you could have gotten in there, and you would have at 380. Then you'd probably be over $1 million now. Yeah. Yes, I think I've got a decent idea of where that is. I used to drive a truck spraying yards of weed control up through Atlanta. And yeah, I mean, there's some nice areas there. You know, it's not my kind of living, but it's nice. You know, I kind of want to be a little bit farther out where I can buy 15, 20 acres, just have land to dick around on. And, I want land to screw around on. I want a nice large shop that's not attached to the house, that has air conditioning in it. You know, get my blacksmithing gear set up where I'm not going to die from a heat stroke. That's part of what's kept me out of the shop. The last time I was going in the shop in the middle of summer out here, you know, I would sweat through my shirt before I made it to the open garage door. Like, you know, and you fire a forge up in that shit, you're going to feel like you are dying. Like on my old channel, there is the live stream where I made my first billet to Damascus. And like at the end of that, I was white as a sheet, sweating buckets, and I sat down going, thank God it's fucking raining. Now you got it made. That's this guy right here. 14 layer lazy twist. That's my little Kiradashi. Oh yeah. No, like, and my grandmother used to work doing tailoring work for yeah, that's still, that kind of credit at 26 ain't too shabby. But yeah, my grandmother used to take care of the very well-to-do in Atlanta with oof, that's nuts. But the very well-to-do in Atlanta with their tailoring needs. And I have seen some damn houses. Holy shit. Oh no, so we're probably going to be hitting 110, 115 degrees this year, and our humidity's always up past 90%. Like I promise you, it's going to be extra swampy in the building at work, and my balls are going to be stuck to your leg. Yeah. Like, some of the people she worked for lived in actual mansions up there. So, like, I'm walking in there, it's like my mind is being blown everywhere. Like, every direction I look is a mind blower. I mean, you gotta think, dude, I used to work outside in this shit, you know? Like, my body cannot take that anymore. So like I'm over in Georgia, like the eastern, like very eastern United States. And like our temperatures all summer are going to ride around 97, 98 degrees. And at some point we're going to go up over 110. It's going to happen. And I'm going to be thanking God I don't work outside every second of the day. However, the store is not that well air conditioned, and those front doors stay open. They do not close pretty much all day long. So that sales floor is going to be hot. Hot. Did I mention it's going to be hot? All right, so one of two things has got to happen. I've either got to go ahead and use the bathroom now, or we're going to have to start wrapping it up. You guys decide. Because I can bring the chat with me while I go. Yeah, so I had a channel for general blacksmithing stuff. All right, cowboy, I appreciate you being here, man. You know what? I'm gonna roll to the bathroom so we can keep going with this when I get back. Check the sharpness, all that. But yeah, no, it's not hard to find, but those videos aren't good. I didn't have a good place to set up the. my way back, guys. I swear to God. Don't leave me. I'm coming back. Okay. So, unrelated to anything, but does one of y'all know how to pull the tip of your heart back up inside your body, chance? There's no way I got the time to take 5 or 6 showers in a day. There's not. See where we're at after an hour. Come on. Yeah, we got wear again. It's about the same wear as last time. So, one thing that happened to me years and years ago, and I've talked about it before, but I damn near crapped myself to death. And ever since then, there will be times where it goes from I'm fine to I need a bathroom in the next 3 minutes. And it takes about 10 minutes to get there sometimes. So like I try to do prep work and get everything cleared out beforehand. This knife got sharpened to 18 degrees. Now, when we did 18 degrees on the crap mystery steel on that Ozark trail knife that I showed earlier from Walmart, that like tripled the edge retention, but I'm feeling the same kind of wear on this that we had when it was on the factory edge. But yeah, like there's a point where like between the heat and humidity, it's so bad that like if your air conditioning in your car isn't like under 10 years old, it can't keep up. Yeah, ulcerative colitis, exactly. That is what happened. When that popped off, I was in the bathroom about every 10 to 15 minutes for 21 straight days, which is its own separate story. But I went from about 180 pounds down to 144. In that month, I lost like about 40 pounds. And that's what I was saying. When I went to the hospital and they gave me, like, I was so dehydrated. I go to the hospital. The first gastroenterologist that I saw was a fucking dipshit. All he did was give me antibiotics that I was allergic to and would not listen to, like, he wouldn't return a phone call. So, it took about another 2.5 weeks. Like, it took another 2 weeks to see a competent gastroenterologist. So that's part of why it went so damn long. But I was so dehydrated when they gave me the prednisone shot at the hospital. That was the first time I'd taken a leak in about 3 weeks. Yeah, you seen Lace? I thought you were talking like you were still in North Georgia, or you. You're up in North Georgia, up past Canton and Ball Ground, but no, I'm about a half hour north of Atlanta. Yeah, right now I don't need medication to manage it or anything like that, but you know, like it is definitely still unmanageable at times. Gotcha. Yeah, so I thought we were talking and you were still in North Georgia, but you know, Georgia can be just as bad. Like the upshot is I'm not in Atlanta or Roswell or somewhere like that because all the concrete in those areas means it's like 10, 15 degrees hotter than anywhere else around it. But it is still miserable. No, so there's a spot outside of Atlanta called Roswell, which is a pretty damn well-to-do area. You're not dealing with mansions everywhere, but you are dealing with some expensive ass houses. Like it's a nice enough area, but like that's right there on the like it basically connects Fulton and Cobb County, if I'm not mistaken. So getting the Blade Show in Atlanta, as long as you park in the parking deck and you don't like there's nice stuff around Blade Show Atlanta, but don't fucking go to Cumberland Mall. Do not go to fucking Cumberland Mall. Like the last time I went to Cumberland Mall, the whole place was scary. I'm like, you know what? Don't want to be here no more. You know, I used to look. I have not seen or been to Stony River Steakhouse. It may still exist, but that may be more expensive than I've ever been able to deal with. Because believe me, I've never been rich. It's just my stepmom. My dad's wife had a house in Roswell when they got married, so he wound up moving out there. And then I ended up staying out there after the divorce because that was the only place I could go with my kids. Gotcha. Yeah, that's one I've never seen. I'm sure a quick Google search would tell you. That's just like the day we were on a live stream and found out that CC's Pizza still exists. God damn, dude, y'all got shafted on that settlement. Holy hell. What the fuck? Did y'all hire Lionel Hutz? So we found a CC's in Kennesaw that's still open, at least according to Google and all that stuff. Like it's gone up to like $9 a person, but haven't been down there to check it out yet. Still, that is pretty not okay. I'm sure y'all did everything you could. Thief, what's up, man? Yeah, like I remember Blimpie. Um, those guys did vanish. There was one on Marietta Square near the Strand for the longest time. Gotcha. Yeah, we're kind of approaching the tail end of this live stream. I'm hitting the point now where I'm just fucking exhausted. I thought I was going to make it through the last couple of boxes I got, but this may be the last piece I dice up. Um, I'd almost bet that that Blimpie no longer exists. I haven't been to Marietta Square in decades now. Like, it's still a damn shame that Eddie's Trick Shop closed up. That's where you could buy like costumes, incredibly nice mat. Like, that's where you went for the nice high-end costumes and costume pieces, and you went there for the like supplies for magicians, things like that. It was cool as shit. But yeah, Punisher, I'm pretty like I know y'all probably did all you could, but that's still a pretty shitty settlement. Yeah, I can't think of any steel questions on my end. Like I said, I'm wrapping up this last piece of cardboard here, and then we're going to start wrapping things up. Because it's been like 5 hours. Yeah, and Eddie's Trick Shop wasn't creepy, but it was incredibly cool. Like, it had just a vibe. Yeah, let's get this thing cleaned off one more time. I think I see the slightest trace of edge roll right here. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good way to draw a comparison on this one. I don't know. Yeah, it was a real cool vibe. It wasn't creepy. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, like we did go over. It's soft and kind of janky. Um, I'm not sure why they would choose to use this. If we've got issues of rolling and everything else. See if it'll show up on camera at all. But like right in here, there's a bit of a hair. There's some glinting right there. It's like it just rolled a little bit. Yeah, we had a gas station, or not even a gas station. It was just a little convenience store that probably had a gas station at one point, but it was long gone. And that place, there was a guy with a glass eye there, and the rumor was that all the girls in the neighborhood, he would give them like a whole bunch of stuff from the store if they go in the back room with him for a few minutes. Huh. Yeah, this one's a weird one. Like, I guess it's kind of like with the SE steels where they're aiming for field sharpening ease rather than a crazy edge retention. It's like I know, like SE went a couple rounds of Dutch bushcraft knives over their review of a couple of SE knives because they didn't hold their edge all that good, or at least not for the kind of tests they were doing. It's like, no, this is designed to be field sharpened and beaten on. It's not going to be like LMAX or fucking anything else that they run. I'm not sure when it was released or anything like that. I just found it on Amazon, and given my love for the 1911 platform, I was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and get this. And it's like it looks like a miniature 1911 scale. Gotcha. Yeah, it just seems like an odd choice on such a small folder that you're going to be basically using it as a pocket knife and not something you're wailing on out in the woods. Like I get it, it strops up good, it's easy to sharpen and all that, but it's just like this might not be the right platform for that. You talking about the PNP Beast? As I tell you, there is a Hofner knives, who shows up at Blade Show every year. They have got one of those. It's basically a sharpened crowbar. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a big knife that you don't have to like a big knife with like say a 20 or 22-degree angle. That makes sense. You're looking at a chopper right there, especially one that you can sharpen in the field. Yeah, that makes sense, but a small folder is weird. But Hofner Knives has what is essentially a sharpened crowbar, and if you can figure out how to break it, you get another one for free every time you break it. Looks like I've just about stropped the rollout on it. Yeah, that's odd. Yeah, it's like, this almost feels like someone made a knife out of 4140. That's the best way to put it, which is probably also why I didn't really feel a burr forming. At least not a perceptible burr. Yeah, and like this cardboard is filthy. You know, this is stuff like it's most of tonight's cardboard was Frito-Lay cardboard, which means these boxes have been shipped back and forth between the Frito-Lay warehouse, store back rooms, back and forth until finally like this stack, I asked the Frito-Lay guy to save them for me, and he saved me a shit ton. I was like, "I'll take every one I can get from you, sir." So this is like basically cutting a mild abrasive all night long, which is part of why I like this test, because it's not doing a full scab test, but it is pushing through a mild abrasive all night long. Just hours and hours of cutting an abrasive surface. Yeah, this is part of why, like, when I do the Rosecraft Pocket Monster, I'm really interested in seeing how that does. It's not the RPM 9 that they sent Scab for the knife that he used, but he said he wanted me to go just ape shit on it. And I'm hoping they have a good apex for the cardboard, because like the apex of the edge on the Castoria that I just looked at isn't good. Like that edge is not fine at all. It's a really, really rough edge. You know, I really can't tell if that's a mistake coming out of the factory door or if it's by design. I should probably grab the other Castoria and compare it. But it's getting carried on the edge it came from the factory in the interest of fairness. And that being said, so something I've got to figure out, and you might be able to give me some guidance on this, but for doing these, I'm trying to figure out whether I just put my own edge on it at the same angle every time for, you know, that steel, or go in on the factory edge and whatever happens, happens. Because right now I'm having a real hard time drawing firm, fixed data on it that I can rely on when I'm doing this. You know, all we get is basically how long does it take the factory edge to wear out, and that's all we get out of it. You know, and once I can afford to get a best sharpness tester, we can narrow that down a little bit. But you know, do I put my own apex on it, my own angle, or just let it go on the factory? So I'm trying to figure out how to make the information more consistent that comes out of this. Yeah, it's shaving again. It responded to the strop. And yeah, what are your thoughts on that? Like, do I just put my own angle on it and sharpen it before I start, or run it on the factory edge? Because you might have a better idea how to make this more consistent information than I do. We didn't already dip out, did we? Yeah, Terrence, don't worry, we're wrapping up now. Like we're wrapping it out, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate your time, man. I really do. Yeah, it's my emotional support Baja Blast. Yeah. All right. Well, it's 11 o'clock. It's been a little over 5 hours. I guess we are going to wrap this up, and I will catch you guys on the next live stream. It's going to be later on in the week. I think I'm off next Thursday, something like that. So I'll look at my schedule and get something figured out. But you guys have a great night, and yeah, we'll get together in the next one. All right. I am signing out. Adios.